Out deep.
Alrighty. I think everything is running smoothly. I know you normally have it up, so let me know if it starts being weird.
You got it.
Seems pretty
Cool.
smooth right now.
Sweet.
Yeah, looking good.
Previously, our Chaos crew continued to explore the carnival after successfully reuniting Candlefoot and Palasha. Greb is decidedly shaken after their meeting with Kettlesteam, who relinquished Candlefoot's southern drawl, but did steal Greb's own voice for a few minutes after she felt that Greb had made a bad deal with Flubs. You decide to head to the snail races and begrudgingly join at the insistence of a Witchlight hand. You're each randomly assigned a racing snail. Flubs atop the crimson favorite, Breakneck, Sarali on the petite pink Shellymoo, and Greb placed with the fancy purple mount named High Road. While Breakneck starts strong, a rogue lettuce head interrupts his pace, and Shellymoo and High Road compete for first for the rest of the race. Sarali and Shellymoo win, collecting their prizes, while Flubs sees a strange man collecting an immense amount of gold, seemingly won by betting against Breakneck. Flubs manages to steal 99 gold pieces and fill his bag with crushed up leftovers. Greb tries to talk to Sarali about how scared she is of Kettlesteam and how she doesn't think it's a good idea for Flubs to come with them. While Sarali tries to persuade her differently, Greb ends up running off to her tent in the staff area and overhears Mr. Witch and Mr. Light talking about that pesky Kenku. Sarali attempts to collect Greb, while Flubs goes to talk to Kettlesteam. Flubs and Kettlesteam have a heart-to-heart, and several things are revealed, such as Flubs is not his real name, and that Kettlesteam found Flubs as a very young infant. Sarali and Flubs return once again to the big top, and Flubs sneaks in past Burley as Sarali talks to him outside. Flubs and Grebs talk it out, and Sarali learns a few secrets of her own, such as that Mr. Witch's watch seems to have some power over the carnival, and that the pair are not the original owners. Burley also mentions that his twin brother Hurley is among the missing persons, and as Greb and Flubs come out, seemingly made up and best friends again, Burley lovingly gives you guys a giant stuffy of each of your snail mounts, which you guys can add to your pack as one extremely large plush of your mount. So you guys are now sort of like a little bit outside the big top. It's pretty late in the night. It's probably about between 3 and 4. You guys have 2, maybe 3 hours until like dawn, which is around the time when the big top spectacle will start, and then they end up crowning the Witchlight Monarch. I can also remind you guys of anything that you guys haven't done yet, if you guys want that reminder.
We haven't done the roller coaster, the Hall of Illusions, the Pixie area. Is that all of
Or
it?
the bubble pop teapot?
Yeah, bubble pop, teapot, the big top, which is obviously at the end. You guys have not been inside the Hall of Illusions. You have not done the Mystery Mine, the Pixie Kingdom. There are some small stalls, like, around. And then other things. One, the unicorns mentioned that you need to get a password for the...
Ask around about that.
Yeah, password for the portal. Which may be tough, because a lot of people kind of, like... You've been asking about the portal or how to get there in general, and most everyone sort of is pretending, or at least don't believe, that its existence.
I feel like everyone's pretty much told us that the only people who really know are Mr. Witch and Mr. Light.
Right,
Could
yeah.
put the password, yeah.
Yeah.
We should also probably buy some stuff before.
Yeah, I
the Feywild.
definitely.
Now that you have gold, yes, because that also was mentioned that was also mentioned that you guys
Spend our money.
are not going to necessarily need all of your gold for the Feywild. Greb, when you lived in the Feywild, it was split up into courts. So you had your spring court, your winter court, your fall court, your summer court. And the Archfey is sort of whoever the main ruling entity is. There is more than one Archfey, but typically there's like one big one who's kind of ruling it around, like is the HBIC for centuries at a time. But most of the time, the queens or the kings of the courts would deal with whatever needed to happen. But there was like small towns.
There like?
Go ahead.
Is there like the Seelie and Unseelie also? Is that the thing? Or?
Yeah. So so actually, as a goblin, back in the day, back a while, there were Seelie and Unseelie, and there were different courts. In more modern times, that's a little bit done away with, because the Unseelie were made up of like hobgoblins, goblins, like more of the what people would used to consider as like the evil aligned races, or like the less good races. And now that idea has sort of been done away with, the separation has been done away with. That being said, communities still tend to be pretty like inundated with themselves. So, the Goblin Market and the surrounding area was pretty much mostly goblins. Maybe you would get a few orcs, maybe you would get a few hobgoblins, Harengon, bullywugs, whatever have you. But most of it was like Goblinkin, and then you would go to like another area, primarily Harengon. Elves would be over here, like da-da-da. And that was just because it had been separated for so long that people like just had communities built up that were sort of more insular, and that's just how things ended up. But in the larger towns, there was a little bit of mixing.
It's nice that Prismere became more inclusive.
Yeah. Not all goblins are bad.
Yeah, not all goblins.
Yeah, not all goblins. Yeah, so especially because like a lot of creatures in the Fae in general would like live a long time, so that's been centuries and centuries of unmaking.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So there were towns, but they were like very small compared to. There were no cities. The most there was like the palace tend to have like any sort of like palace would have sort of like a very large staff that were built into it, but the palace itself was almost like a large town. That's how big it was and how many people worked there.
Would I know if each of the seasons would have their own palace, or is it just the one big palace that Zybylna supposedly is in?
Each of the courts would have their own palace. The one that Zybylna was known to reside in was sort of like the biggest, the grandest, and it was like at the heart of Prismere. You remember it being called the Palace of Heart's Desire, which someone else brought up as well. I think one of the unicorns. So that does ring a bell, and you would be like, right, but she's probably not there, because then everything would be fine.
Yeah. Cool. Well, how are we feeling, gang?
I'm okay. What do we want to do?
Well, I have some money that I think I should spend because the unicorn recommended that gold is pretty much useless in Prismir, so maybe I should buy some ingredients which could help us.
Like ingredients for potions of healing?
Sure, or, any other types of potions that could be useful, like...
There are other types of potions that could be useful?
Yes. There's quite a few.
If you can't tell, Sarali's not very aware of potions.
Okay.
Well, you guys have the most money.
Flubs has money?
I just got some. Yeah, I
thought you only had like a few silver.
It's been a long day, and somewhere in that day, I found more. So
You found more.
I did.
I
It's
think
for
this
good
is one of those
cause.
situations that the less we know, the better.
Yeah, alright. Well, if you found more, then we should definitely go shopping for some useful items that could help us in Prismir, I think.
Well,
Well, you've been... I was gonna say, like, what kind of items?
Would I know, like, the best shops around? I'm sure there's a place that I've probably been buying ingredients from, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just good business practice to sort of, like, get to know your fellow stalls and whatnot. So while you weren't really big on, like, who ran the rides, per se, you did try and, like, get to know people who were in the smaller stalls around you. You do know that there's, like, basically, like, a one-stop, like, wizard shop where, like, more wizardy type things would be sold. He makes a lot of gold on fancy paper and ink. He also sells a wide variety of incense. You know that there is... It's the equivalent of, you know how you can, like, win a goldfish at a carnival?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is the equivalent of that, of, like, a small, like, exotic pet store, but it only it carries a very select amount of little creatures. You have heard that stall in particular has been a real headache for the carnival because people do not like their kids winning random creatures at the carnival that they then have to take care of. But yeah, you know that there's like an ingredients guy. There isn't anyone else who does like potions beyond like... Healing potions are a little bit more common, like you can buy those from a couple of the places. A lot of the vendors honestly sell junk. And by junk I mean not useful stuff, just more like wands that don't cast, like, not wands that cast fireball, but like wands that cast smiles and like more joke things. But there are a couple of stores where, like, alright, you guys know in Disneyland where, like, there's, like, the really fancy perfume store, and there's also, like, the Pandora bracelet store. There's the equivalent of that, where, like, if you are a baller and you're trying to, like, spend some gold, there is a couple of those, like, higher end, they'll sell you some, like, really fancy armor. There used to be a weapons guy, but they had to shut that down really quickly, and so now it's more like you can buy a dagger or like a wand, maybe a quarterstaff, but you
like
can't
fake.
buy like a great sword.
They're like fake, like foam weapons for little kids.
Yeah, they definitely have stuff. You know, the shops also sometimes change out, like every once in a while.
Okay. Well, there's a joke store that I think could be useful, and a small um pet stall that might also have some ingredients that I could use, possibly.
Why would the pet stall have ingredients?
Well, if I could find, like, say, some giant wolf spider hair, or a skulk claw, or a clipper scale, um, could be helpful.
Would that
Or,
like be in the trash, or would you have to buy those?
well, I would think I could ask the pet shop owner if they have any spare ones lying around, and I could buy them off of them. But and then joke store might have like fire please or um blood root for jokes and stuff. But
Those sound important, sure.
yeah, so we could um yeah, I'd say we could just go around and maybe ask.
Oh, let's tour the place.
All right,
Look around.
this way.
All right. I follow.
Guess
Same
we'll go
here.
to the little like pet shop first.
Okay. So let's find that little pet shop. So you guys kind of like go up a little bit, just past this calliope. And you guys see a shop that has essentially like a very large window in front, sort of with like a ton of cages, like stacked up. And you guys see that there's like a couple of spiders, what looks to be like a pygmy owl, a very old skinny cat, several magical looking fish, a big frog, like just like weird random things in the window. You guys also see that they sell uh I don't want to say normal size snails, but like large, but not racing snail large, but large snails that are obviously have been enchanted to look like the racing snails.
The owl is really cute. I just
Yeah.
look at the owl.
Have you ever had a pet?
No. Have you?
No.
Do you want a pet? You have to take care of it.
What do they eat?
I don't think it's a good idea for Flubs to have a pet. No offense, Flubs, but
I mean, it could be another friend. It could be part of the crew.
well, I mean, I'm just saying, my mom, when I wanted a pet, my mom made me write an essay about convincing her to get one, and then I had to prove that I knew how to take care of it, and it was just a lot of work. So I feel like if Kettlesteam wanted you to have a pet, she might want you to do the same, but I don't know. Maybe she has a different parenting technique,
It
but
really doesn't seem like her to make me write an essay, but maybe you're right.
well, I learned a lot about the pet I wanted from writing the essay, but
What
mean-
pet did you want?
oh, I wanted a lizard, but
Of course.
it wasn't suited for the environment we lived in, so
Oh.
It ended up not really working out, but I've got Pot, so it's fine. Pot's basically a pet, and he doesn't even eat, so that's great.
Clink, 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 clink.
Where is Pot?
He's right here. I'll hold him up.
Okay.
Yeah. little bit of
Okay.
random goo falls on the ground. Grass torched immediately.
Oh.
Oh. Are Greb, would you know, are these pets magical? You've worked here for a
Would I
while. I was
know
just
they're
curious.
I'm guessing some of them, yeah, probably, right? If parents don't like
Yeah.
their kids
Greg,
taking them.
Greg, the issue with this shop owner in particular, not the most ethical business practices you've ever seen. Like, one, you definitely tried to ask them about where they sourced some of these creatures, and they were very dodgy about the answer. And two, you know for a fact that some of these are magical and, like, under no circumstances should be given to a child. And it is alarming that, like, people can just go in and, like, give them some gold and then just walk out with, like, no training, no nothing about this creature.
Gotcha. Yes, most of these creatures are magical and not recommended for children, so I have no idea why they have this stall in the first place, but it's a great place for me to get ingredients, so it works out for me, so I don't know.
Okay. And I walk in.
If they're magical, maybe they're useful.
Yes, I don't think as pets personally, but they're great for gathering ingredients.
Well, if we bought one and then took it with us, then you'd have ingredients every day.
Yes, but Flubs, then you'd have to feed it and make sure it doesn't pee on things, and it's just a lot of work.
Ooh.
Some of them even set things on fire, like,
Ooh.
I don't think it's a great idea, but,
Okay.
you know.
Raleigh's already in the store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarali, as you enter, first of all, the smell is wild in here. Yeah.
Whoa.
Like, your eyes water a little bit. It is, there's a lot of cages in here. It's not as well lit as you would like it to be, and you also see that, like, some of the animals, like, some of the cages have, like, blankets and stuff, like, thrown in on them. As you walk past, you hear multiple murmurings of random beasts. You know, some are like, ah, you know, just very, like, weird noises coming from every crevice of this store.
I go find the pygmy owl.
Okay. You find the pygmy owl that's in the front. And the pygmy owl is, it quite literally looks like, I have a very specific kind of owl that I'm thinking of. It's the ones that have, like, the white face, and they're, like, kind of tawny, and they have that perfect, like, white center. I think it might just be called a tawny owl.
See, my favorite owls are elf owls. Fun random fact about me: elf owls are adorable.
I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna look it up now.
Look it up.
Okay, so this is basically
They're super cute.
what the owl looks like, but very small.
Cute.
Oh, cute.
Might be a barn owl?
Yeah, I think that one's a barn owl.
Just says tawny owl. Oh no, that's
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
It
Yeah,
might be
fair
just be a
enough.
barn owl. Yeah, you're right. Barn owl. I think they're so cute.
This is an elf owl. You're so little. Just so cute.
Yes, Nora.
I love elf owls. Sorry. Again, random fact about me as a person, not Sarali.
Oh, so cute.
I know. They're my favorite.
Cute.
Owls are just cool in
Owls are
general
cool.
as, like, They're just so cool.
You see that the
So, yeah.
owl, since it's at night, it's still nighttime. It's up and about,
Yep.
and it like looks at you and like tilts its head and sort of like it looks very intelligent. But it's what? Go ahead and make a Arcana check. Or
I was
a
gonna
nature
say,
check.
is it in a cage?
Yeah, it's
or
in a
is it
cage.
out of the cage?
You do notice that
Okay.
none of the animals are loose.
I'm gonna roll an Arcana check. All right, dice. Let's see how you do today. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's a 16.
Okay, 16. You're kind of like taking a gander at the owl, and just based off of like you're magical, and you can kind of immediately be like, okay, I think this thing is magical. I don't think it has any. And also, since you can see a couple of creatures that you know for sure are magical, this just seems to be like a normal owl, albeit very cute and very tiny.
Mm-hmm. I just keep looking at him. He's so cute. I'm assuming at some point Greb and Flubs come in.
Yeah.
Sarali. Oh, there you are. Oh, cute owl.
Look, I know, isn't it adorable? It's so cute. I think this is a normal owl, though. I don't think it's magical.
Ooh.
Maybe it's
Can I do an
magical
Arcana check
enchanted
on it?
to be
Totally.
small.
Well, owls eat mice.
I rolled a 2 plus.
I don't have any
plus 6, but
Okay.
still.
You don't believe that this owl is magical. Seems to be pretty ordinary.
Yeah,
Flubs,
that's
as you
just
enter
adorable.
in, everything gets real loud and starts like, you know, like just everything starts flipping out on you a little bit.
They all love me.
Do they seem happy or aggressive?
A couple of them definitely, like, you're getting some growls, you're getting some hisses, a lot of cage rattling. It's just, due to Flubs being a kobold, they are on guard.
Wow.
Yeah, they love
Flubs,
you.
Yeah.
I let's just make sure they don't try to give you lots of hugs.
Oh, okay.
We
That's a
don't
good
want
idea.
hugs and yeah, I don't want you to be overwhelmed.
That's fair. You know, this is all kind of new to me. I haven't seen most of this before, so that's probably a good idea.
Can I
Yeah.
find the shopkeep?
Totally.
I keep looking at the
Sorry.
pygmy owl. And also keeping like Flubs near me the whole time while I'm looking at the pygmy owl.
Okay, yeah.
Flubs, you just stay with me, okay? We'll let Greb go look for ingredients, and I mean, look at these owls are pretty cool.
Yeah.
They can
Is the
turn their
owl
head 180 degrees.
Really?
I know, I can't do that. Can you do
Well,
that?
I mean, he turned around. Yes.
Just your head, just your head.
Oh, then no. He'll turn back
Okay,
around.
I can't either.
Does the owl seem
Okay.
chill, or is he
Yeah,
aggressive?
the owl seems chill. He's just like, ooh. Kind of looking at you guys. Greb, you start looking around for the shopkeep, who you know is an older tabaxi, who is like has orange fur, and he wears like really small spectacles, and his whiskers are like super crazy, and it looks like he maybe like, I don't know, maybe had a couple too many wild magic surges or something, but they look a little fried. His like ears are like super tufted, and you as you kind of like head towards the back, he comes out of the back. And he regards you and he goes, "Oh, Greb, what can I do for you today? Very busy, lots of
Hello.
animals to feed."
Yes, I'm sure you're very busy. Do I know his name?
Yeah, this is Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas. I'm looking for some more ingredients that I could purchase from you.
Ah, yes, certainly, Greb. What were you looking for?
Well, I'm wondering if you have giant wolf spider hair and a skulk claw and maybe some serpent venom and a clicker scale.
Clicker scale. Okay, well, I don't believe that we have a clicker scale, but what was the second thing?
Serpent venom and a giant wolf spider hair and a skulk claw. Or pretty much any claws you could spare would probably be useful.
Skull claw. Okay, one
Or
moment.
any type of venom.
He starts rooting around like a couple of different cages. I'll look up what a skulk is, if he would have that.
Or a potion of climbing.
He does. He's like he sort of like regards you and he's like, "Oh, well, I don't have any skulk claws. A bit large to keep the shop here. But I do have some." And he goes over and he just like whips a blanket off of a cage, and you see a tressum inside, which is basically a winged cat, and. Very quickly he like takes out like a pair of clippers, and before the tressum can even like protest, just like clip clip clip, and he catches it. Like all of this is done so deftly, like it's really it's pretty good actually. And he gets the little claws off the tressum and he corks it, and then goes over to a basket and opens it up, and you guys see immediately as he opens up the basket, a massive black snake pops out and like tries to lunge at him, and he full blown catches it on the neck with his one hand, and with the vial like starts taking the venom and then just shoves it back into the basket.
Badass!
Yeah. And he quickly like manages to get like a couple of the ingredients that you asked for. You see that the wolf spider, he's like, one moment, and he like whips around behind the back of the like the register area, and you hear a wild sound coming from a cage. It's like and he's like, oh, okay, 1 second, and you hear like the and you also hear like a sylvan curse word come out from him, and also the cage snaps back shut really quickly, and he comes out and he has like a kerchief and he's like patting away his brow. He goes, well, here you are. That wolf spider, just recently caught it. It's very untrained. It has a ways to go before I send it off to its happy home.
Well, I really hope you don't sell that to a child, but thank you for these ingredients. How much do I owe you?
Oh, well, let's say 15 gold.
Right,
You sure you
here
can't
you
do
go.
a little bit of a better deal? I
Go
turn
ahead.
around and I look at him.
Make a persuasion.
Are you sure you can't give us a Sure, I would love to.
What was the name of the claws again?
19. I
Tressum.
rolled a 13. 19.
Tressum.
In Baldur's Gate.
Could you spell that for me?
I put it in the
in
side
the-
chat for you.
Oh, okay, good, thanks.
He sort of like his eyes alight on Sarali. Greb, make an insight check really quick for me.
Insight. Oh, dirty 20.
As soon as Sarali turns around, you see Mr. Thomas's eyes like get that look in his face that's like, a sucker is born every minute. And he is like, oh, and who is your friend, Greb? A pleasure, Mr. Thomas, at your service.
Hi.
This is Sarali.
Sarali,
And this is
beautiful name.
Flubs.
Oh, Master
Thank you.
Flubs.
Oh.
Vigorously shakes both your hands.
Okay.
And he goes, well, of course. Greb, for you, 12 gold.
All right, here you go.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the discount.
And, Miss Sarali, I saw you look at that beautiful specimen right over here. This wonderful barn owl.
Uh-huh.
Gorgeous.
It's very pretty.
Very intelligent creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Would make a fine companion.
Oh, I'm sure it would. Unfortunately, I think where I'm going, it's not going to do very well.
Oh, they're wonderful They have dark vision. They are excellent scouts. Why, in a pinch, they could even hunt for you.
Have you trained this one?
Well, I recently acquired him. Oh, maybe about 2 towns over. I can't have had him more than 3 weeks. No. But so trainable, very intelligent.
Can I make an insight check?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I want to see if this guy's on the up and up. I'm assuming he's not. Oh, that's not the best roll in the world. A 14?
Can I also make an insight check?
Totally.
Are there any loose feathers in the cage?
You could, Flubs. I will certainly let you put your little paw in the cage.
I got a 16.
I will do so, but only for the one that seems chill, the owl.
Oh, okay. Only with the tawny owl. Okay. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand to do it so that he doesn't notice. With a 14 and a 12.
A 16 and a 14.
16 and a 14. My bad.
Both not.
I had the lower roll.
16. Greb, you know well and good that Mr. Thomas doesn't really train any of these animals. And that his whole business model is that, like, he will acquire these pets through various means, and then he just turns them for a profit. Like, he doesn't care if what happens to the pet after he gets his gold for it. With a 14, you believe him when he says that this animal is intelligent and that they would make a fine companion, but it does give you pause that the owl has no training whatsoever. You also know that, like, you do not have the innate ability to train a companion. That would be something that you would have to put a lot of time and effort into, and it wouldn't be impossible, but it's definitely not something that you want to do today.
I'm gonna lean over and whisper to Sarali, he never trains any of his animals.
Flubs, what was that sleight of hand?
16.
I was gonna say I'm gonna keep talking to him to distract him.
Okay. You easily acquire. Roll me a d4.
4.
You get four barn owl feathers.
4.
Well, Mr. Thomas, it was a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, I think right now a pet is not a good idea.
Oh. Well, I do
Let
disagree.
me know if you have any more interesting animal ingredients, though. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Oh, okay.
You pull Sarali out of the store.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab.
She doesn't
both of
resist.
Yoink!
See,
Well,
as you're pulling, she
Sarali and
grabs Flubs, and it's like a train.
Yeah.
I used to go right now.
The bell dings.
I don't. And after we get outside, I look at Greb, and I'm like, I don't understand how he can disagree when he doesn't know my situation. Is that normal?
He just wants to try to sell you an animal no matter what the circumstances, to be honest.
I
He
mean,
doesn't
part of
really...
me wanted to get the owl because I wanted him to be free. But, I mean, it would be really cool to train an owl. I just don't got the time.
Yeah, I think the owl will probably be bought by someone and end up getting free somehow anyway, so I think it's fine.
Hope so. It's really mean to do that to the animals.
Well, he's not necessarily mean to them, he just doesn't care about where they go, which can be bad for them, but typically they go towards children and then they're able to get free, so I don't think it's too terrible for them, it's just,
He doesn't
you know...
abuse the animals.
Yeah.
No. But Sarali doesn't like that they're in cages.
Okay, that's fair.
That's all.
To be fair,
Yeah,
They'll
that's
be
all.
free soon enough, it's okay.
you saw several dangerous animals that should have been in cages.
What if we go in
Admittedly-
tonight and free some?
Oh.
Well, let's see how we do with the things that we need to do first, and then if we have time, you're more than welcome to set some of them.
Yeah, I think we have some better
Cool.
things to do, but...
Can you make any potions with these? I'll hold up the feathers.
Oh, owl feathers. Sure, I'd love to experiment with some feathers. Thank you,
Aren't there
Flubs.
some?
I mean, keep this
I was
one.
gonna
though.
say, aren't there some spells that just require a feather?
Yes, spells, yes, but I'm not a great spellcaster. I'm more of a potion maker, so...
That's fair.
Actually, I wonder if anyone has tried to make a potion of feather falling.
Well, that's something that you can try to do when you have time.
Indeed. Well, thank you, Flubs.
Mm-hmm. Put the one feather away.
Anyways, what else do we think we need for Prismari?
Well, there's a joke shop, which could also have some fun ingredients, and some things that could maybe help us in the Feywild.
Okay, we can go there.
Yeah, let's go there.
Alright, this way.
Alright, so you guys go to the joke shop, which is a bit of ways away. Kind of.
Oh, we can stop at the Hall of Illusions when we're done here.
Yeah, it's right across from Hall of Illusions. It's kind of like...
past Zilbani, Zilbina.
Yeah, Zilbina.
Asha, I love you.
Oh dear.
We're coming to
So
find
this is
you,
the-
Tasha, don't you worry.
With that, okay.
Yeah.
So So this is the joke shop?
Yes, they sell many things like wands of smiles and firecrackers and a few other things.
Like whoopee cushions?
Yes, whoopee cushions is a popular item.
That's a fun little prank.
Yes. I'm thinking more of the firecrackers. I think could be helpful, or I'm hoping they might have some fire peas. If they
What is
use
that?
those to make, they're a type of pea that is useful in several potions.
Okay.
Let's go in and look.
So as you guys go in, you
Alrighty.
guys cannot, like, the vibe between the two stores is so different. This store's actually pretty big. You can see it's like kind of like a double tent situation. You see that it actually has a couple of employees like running around. A lot of them have like an exaggerated Witchlight hand uniform on, so they're really leaning into like the jester side of things. You also
Are
hear...
any of them twins?
Are any of them...
Are any of them twins?
There's a lot of twins in this particular module, which is funny. You see some red-haired twins. No, I'm just kidding. And so you see that like also all the Witchlight hands, they have like jingly bell hats and very garish wings on. This joke shop is pretty organized. You see that there's like wall of wands and like a ton of scrolls that are like behind the gold area. You also see that like in glass like tables in front there's like tons of like rings and stuff. Really fancy like potion bottles line different cabinets and stuff, and like yeah, like it's a Toys R Us of just random silly things. You see that there are like kind of all your normal joke stuff, with, you know, a little bit of like spin on things. You see that there's like a ton of joke candy that you can buy, as well as like you kind of take a look at like the glass tables, and you see that like a lot of the rings are like enchanted to do something that would be helpful, but with a poor side effect. So one of the rings, it's like ring of naked Misty Step, and so it allows you to do Misty Step, but all of your clothes and armor are left in your original Misty Step spot.
Oh no.
Is that true with like the scrolls and the wands as well?
Yeah, you see that like a lot of the scrolls are like what you would consider to be like not crazy helpful, but not unhelpful per se. And that a lot of the wands are pretty akin to like Wand of Smiles. So there's like Wand of Smiles, Wand of Frowns, stuff like that.
Cool. I just peruse.
Same here. Look around. Look at all
I'll
the
go up
descriptions.
to the shopkeep again.
You see that the shopkeep is a young elven woman. She has sort of like brown, kind of mousy brown hair. Like for an elf, normally elves are like, you know, very like beautiful, tend to have like high cheekbones and like look very flawless and have like a holier than thou attitude. Just like general, a lot of elves. But this elven woman is she's easy to smile. She grins at anyone who approaches her. You can see that her teeth are like a little imperfect. She has freckles, and she wears like wireless glasses, and she smiles at you as you approach. She's wearing like some very festive like pink and white harlequin robes.
Hello.
Oh, Grebby, darling, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, doing wonderful. You know that this woman's name is Vindra.
Indra, long time no see.
Oh, it's been an absolute minute, honey. How have you been? How's the med shop doing?
Oh, well, I actually sold a potion earlier this evening, which was pretty good. I've taken the night off though, and I was wondering if you had any ingredients for me, specifically any fire peas or maybe black powder.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I tell you what. Why don't you step in the back room with me? I'll kind of rummage around just for you though. And she like opens like kind of like the rope that separates, and she kind of ushers you into the back. The back is a little chaotic. You see that it basically is what used to be like someone's like old caravan that she sort of renovated to make like into a storeroom for herself. And you see that there's just like boxes and bags, like some labeled, some less labeled. You see that the entire top row is just like fireworks. And you also see a big sign that says absolutely under no circumstances any fire. And she starts like rummaging around. She goes, "Okay, darling. Yeah. What did you need again? I fire peas. Oh, I think I had some of those over here.
Peas.
Let me see what she finds. Okay. So you needed fire peas and what else?
Maybe some black powder
Black
and
powder.
you've heard of Prismere, right? The
Oh,
Feywild?
Oh, sure, of course, yeah.
And you know how Feywild denizens can be pretty tricky.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing.
Yeah. Would you happen to have anything that would be useful to have in Prismere that could maybe be tricky back at them? If you know what I mean?
Okay, well, that is a little bit out of what I normally do, but and she is able to like locate like the fire peas and black powder that she was looking for. She rolled a nat 20 to find them, so it's kind of like one of those like it's kind of one of those, you know, when you walk into someone else's mess and you're like, I don't know what's going on. This is all chaos. And they're just like, oh no, absolutely. I know exactly where this one thing is. And they like pull it out of the vacuum of time and space. And you're like, sure.
It's their organized chaos.
Yeah, their organized chaos. She takes you back out to a interesting side of the store. It's like kind of like a small section that is not it's like off to the side. It's far from the register. It's actually a little bit like less lit than a lot of the other store. And it just says etc. on the top, and she goes, so, you know, I like to experiment, but not all experiments are good experiments.
Me too.
I know it's fun. It's fun, but sometimes doesn't sell so well, right? So she starts pulling down a couple of things.
I feel you, girl.
She starts pulling down a couple things, And she goes, okay, well, I have this bucket of armor. And she holds up full blown a bucket, and it's filled to the absolute rim of just like leather scraps. And she goes, so you carry the bucket, and then your armor becomes 13. But you do have to carry the bucket. So it's kind of like when you carry a shield.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I've only ever made one. It still hasn't sold. Anyway, and then she pulls like from the top a potion with like, it looks like a very unappetizing brown, like it looks like to be like grimy almost. And she shakes it a little, and it still doesn't look any good. And it has like a little like rat like drawing on the front. And she goes, all right, so this one, thought it was going to be a big hit, right? So potion of pseudo-lycanthropy. So you drink it, and you're a were-rat for like an hour. So you're not really a were-rat. Like, you're going to turn back, and you can't like make anyone else a were-rat, but you're a rat. I think it's like too complicated to explain, like on the little note that I have on the back.
What comes with being a were-rat? Like,
you're a rat, so you can climb.
Oh.
She tries to look really convincing, like she's like, this is a great potion. You're like, no.
You can climb. Is that about it? Or...
I would imagine that you can do anything that a rat could do. I mean, they're great, interesting little creatures, aren't they? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well.
No. Okay. All right.
I'm interested in the rat potion. Maybe.
Okay.
But what else you got?
Here's kind of a random one. Watch this. And then she pulls out this like club. And it doesn't really look super interesting. And she goes, all right, watch this. And she just fully, like, whacks a random person who's walking by. And like, you don't, like, they don't seem to mind or take any damage, but they do start dancing. And she goes, it's amazing. So they don't take any damage, but they do get irresistible dance cast on them.
Oh.
And then you see that she like puts her arm, puts her hand on like the person who she whacked shoulder, and she's just like, I'm so sorry about that. Here you go. And she hands him like a voucher for like a free thing, and then they're just like, thanks, and they run off. Yeah. She goes, great little tool there.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I got just the thing. She pulls out a truly ugly umbrella. Like, it is a very upsetting orange, and it has a really bizarre pattern on it that doesn't make a ton of sense. It's like a painful orange. It's neon. And she like taps it on the ground 3 times, and she sort of like puts it over her head and sort of like snaps it open. And you see that she begins to, like, levitate up to the top of the tent. Ooh. Wow. That's very interesting.
Oh, so this one is really cool. So you can fly, but you can't really control as much as where you're going. Does kind of determine by the wind. And you see that she's just sort of, like, floating around the tent a little bit. It takes her a second to like kind of struggle down.
So it's like a Mary Poppins umbrella.
Yes.
Oh, that's very interesting as well.
I got lots. She is. You can see that this like etc. area is like it's like the clearance section at a department store where it's kind of just got like a bunch of random stuff. And she's really proud of everything that she's made, but not a lot of it has a lot of per se. Everything seems to have a little bit of a caveat.
Yeah.
Flubs and Sarali, what are you guys doing?
Well, I don't think the rings. I don't know if like I would want to Misty Step naked. That just sounds really uncomfortable. So I move away from the rings and I start looking at the wands and the scrolls.
Okay.
So you said like wands of smiling, wands of frowning.
Yeah. All kinds.
Those are the big ones.
Those are like the two. You see that those are just like the two most popular.
Sure.
Sorry, Wand of Scowls.
Oh, gotcha.
Wand of Scowls and Wand of Smiles. You see that they sell Cloaks of Billowing.
A classic.
Yeah, a classic. You see a perfume of bewitching. You also see that there is a tankard of sobriety.
Makes sense.
I feel like Sarali could use perfume.
That
you,
would be
Flubs?
really cool.
Well, Flub wants to look at the ring.
Okay.
What's the price on the perfume of bewitching?
You see that. Sorry, I'm putting my stuff on Do Not Disturb because everyone was like, "Now's a great time to call D." I'm like, happens every time.
Yep.
How much for the perfume of witching?
Bewitching, yeah.
You see that it is, it's like a one-time use. So just 10 silver.
Well, that's not bad.
And, you read, like, the little cue card, and it just says, gain advantage on charm effects for an hour. One-time use. And Flubsies,
Like
you're
charisma
trying
checks?
to... Yeah. Or charm effects is what I said, yeah.
Just charm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Flubs, you're gonna look at some rings, right?
Yeah. I'm assuming there's more than just a Misty Step.
Yeah, Naked Misty Step. That one's very popular.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just have regular Misty Step.
Probably safer.
Yeah, it is. So I was like, I just really don't feel like I would be comfortable being naked in Prismari. This just sounds really, really bad.
That's bad. Yeah. Out of character.
Go ahead.
Emma, you mentioned that Greb was working on a bag of holding. Is that something that is happening, or
That is something that is
a
happening.
possibility,
It
or
just she needs to level up.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was like, we can say you are working on it.
Yeah.
I have a halfway bag of holding right now, so we can put stuff in it, but
You might
I
not
have
get
to
back.
roll to see if I can pull the thing back out or not. So.
Got it. Okay. Because Flubs was considering looking for one of those, but if we're already working on one,
Definitely
skip it.
working on it.
You see a couple different rings. So you see you see Ring of Mending allows you to cast a mending spell once a day.
Mhm.
However, after a 24-hour period, the item will then render unmendable. So you can like mend it and then it will be broken. Forever, yeah.
Jeez. Wow. Okay.
So can be kind of clutch, but also like,
Mhm.
you know.
Mhm.
You also see that. Let's see what else we have. Oh, you have Ring of Bird Calls. And you also have a Ring of Flowers. So Ring of Bird Calls, it just says impersonate any bird call.
Okay.
And then Ring of Flowers, it says cast identify on any flower. So it just tells you what any flower is.
Cool.
Yeah.
Any catch for either of those?
Nope. It's just like kind of simple stuff that it can do.
Awesome. I will take one of each of those.
Okay.
What are the prices first?
Yeah, for the flowers and for the bird calls, 2 gold each.
Beautiful. Done and done.
I'm gonna get a perfume of bewitching.
Okay. Which is 10 silver.
Okay, I can afford that.
Oh.
I'm gonna get. Oh my god, I keep having this.
Bless you.
I'm gonna get the rat potion.
Okay.
And the dancing club and the parasol.
Okay. Okay. So.
And if I see the perfume, I'd like to get. Oh my god.
Bless you.
Sneezing.
Bless you.
Why every time I play with you guys, I have to sneeze for some reason.
Someone's
allergic.
talking about you.
I know. So, if. Oh my god.
I believe in you, Emma.
Now that we said something, you won't sneeze.
Yeah,
I know.
look into the light. It helps.
I'd like to get a few of the perfumes, if they're available.
Oh, totally.
I just got one.
Yeah. How many perfume of bewitchings did you wish?
Well, if they're only 10 silver,
they're
that's
only
1
10
gold,
silver.
right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's get 10 of them. Why not?
Yeah,
Okay. Get into
Yeah.
it. Okay, nice. You guys can. Vindra gleefully takes your gold, and she ends up giving you the fire peas and the black powder for free.
Oh.
And she's like, you know, you and her always would, like, out of probably everyone, you guys were probably the most friendly because she is also a bit of an inventor.
Yeah, I'm like always buying her weird stuff.
Yeah. Like, and she was always coming in with like random weird stuff that she was working on. She probably also came to you for a couple like healing potions a couple times.
Yeah.
She kind of like packs everything up for you guys and goes, well, if you need anything else, like, let me know. I got so much stuff here. And you can see that, like, Vindra is raking in the gold. Like, her shop is booked and busy. People are buying stuff. It's a lot of it's, like, the common stuff, right? So, like, the wands are very popular, and, like, it's not...
How much is the How much is the Wand of Smiles?
Oh, the Wand of Smiles. Great question, Nick.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good.
What a great wand, though.
Such a, yeah. I want to see if it has an official price. It don't. 3 gold.
Done and done. I'll get one of those.
Honest facts.
So, what does the post? Can you like post what all of the things do again?
Absolutely can, yeah.
Awesome.
I will post that for you guys after we are done.
Sure.
Mhm.
Makes sense. I think for quite a few of them, Emma, you can just look them up in the inventory.
I'm not sure what.
Some of them. A lot of them are.
Some
of
of
them,
them
yeah.
are
The
perfume of
definitely
Yeah.
not a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
No,
the
that's fine.
levitating parasol or the were-rat thing.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Guessing are probably. Yeah. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Shout out to Don John and my random table generator.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Love it.
So yeah, you also see that her bags are very nice, and they have like the pink and white harlequin print on them, and she like gift wraps them super pretty.
Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. Come back anytime.
Thank you, Vindra. You're amazing.
I will come back here. It's amazing.
Yeah, she's
course.
got a lot of really good stuff.
Oh, thank you guys so much. All right, bye.
Bye.
Shall we
I'm
go-
gonna give Sarali 3 more of the perfumes.
Oh, wow. Thanks.
Yeah, I figured you seem to be the one who's the best at talking to people, so this probably could help you out. And you know what? I'm gonna give 2 to Flubs as well.
Thank you. What does this do?
It helps you talk to people when you're trying to convince them of stuff.
Can I use it on you?
You don't need to because we're friends, remember? You can just
Okay.
ask me for things, but,
That's fine.
yeah.
No using perfume. Got it.
I mean, you could if you want, I guess, but I would hope you wouldn't need to, so.
Right.
But I figured if you and I probably need it the most, because I know I'm not the best at talking to people, so.
Oh no, people love me.
Yeah, totally. Okay, well, I think
You guys want to go to the Hall of Illusions?
Sure.
I mean, I still have a lot of gold, but I mean,
I do too, but I mean, I don't really think we're gonna have many other places to spend it in the carnival.
yeah, that's okay.
You
Maybe,
can always save it for later.
yeah, maybe we can use it when we're talking with the Mr. Rich and Mr. Light. Maybe they want gold.
Maybe.
That's the purest thought ever, Flubs, and I love that for you. Like, we could totally bribe the bosses.
Maybe.
It's an idea.
Alright,
Well-
well, we just have a few more hours till the big top show. So do you want to
Let's
go
go
to Hall of Illusions?
Yeah,
I
let's
mean,
go to the
what
Hall of
for?
Illusions.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So you guys
I walk towards the Hall of Illusions.
walk towards the Hall of Illusions, and you, as always, Greb sort of takes a gander at Tasha, maybe gives her a small wave.
Tasha, my love.
And you see that
Rah.
Candlefoot is animatedly, miming in front, and seems to be having a time.
Back in a spot.
Yeah, back in his spot. You guys also notice Hall of Illusions? No line. Like, very unpopular. Which is a little bizarre for, like, Flubs and Sarali, because the tent itself is so damn enchanting that you're just like, I don't understand why people wouldn't, like, really be drawn to this. But you guys do see, as you're kind of, like, leisurely walking up, you guys got all your bags and stuff, you see a little halfling couple, walk in ahead of you.
Do I know anything about the Hall of Illusions?
Yeah, make me a history check.
That's a 19 plus 6, so
Okay.
25.
25.
So the Hall of Illusions is one of the scarier parts of the carnival. A lot of the carnival is like good fun, nice chill vibes. The Hall of Illusions Okay, the Hall of Illusions.
Did we lose?
Yeah.
Let's
You
say
guys
that we
lost me
lose
for a
it.
second. My headphones were woofing, and
Oh, sorry.
I didn't pay attention to them, and then they got mad. So
Happens.
the issue with the Hall of Illusions is, from what you remember, like from what you've heard around the dining table, the original enchanter of the Hall of Illusions was a little bit more, had a bit of a twisted, like, humor about them. And normally Hall of Illusions, you go in and like, oh, I'm really tall, or like, oh, I'm really short, like da da da. This Hall of Illusions
The weird mirrors.
is a little extra. And like, you have heard that the Hall of Illusions gets complained about the most. It tends to show people things that they don't that they're not necessarily very stoked to see. It's not always like that, but occasionally you have heard that, like, people have had a negative experience.
I'm gonna tug on Sarali's sleeve and be like, just so you know, this isn't always a fun place to be.
Fine.
Well, it's, I wouldn't recommend it personally. I've heard a lot of bad opinions about it.
But you haven't experienced it firsthand.
No, but
What if it goes well for you?
Well, we don't know if it will or not, though.
What if we find something that we need in there?
What if there's a
It could be
contest?
Would you
scary,
like-
though.
Would you like to
It
wait
might
out
scare
here?
Flubs.
Oh.
I think Flubs actually. I'm
Well,
gonna be honest. Flubs is probably gonna protect us.
Oh, well,
Yeah. See.
I don't know.
Would you rather stay out here with Sibylna?
Maybe.
You can if you want.
I don't know. It's known for showing you things you don't really want to see. I
But
don't
then
know
you'll
how
come out
that
a
could be
stronger
helpful.
person. What if there's someone in there that knows something that we need?
Well,
Like a
I think
password.
only Candlefoot's really the one who runs the Hall of Illusions. I don't think anyone else really works in there. Right? I know that.
Yeah. This is Candlefoot's station.
Yeah. Can we go up to Candlefoot and be like,
Totally. Yeah.
hi,
As you guys
Candlefoot.
approach. Well, now, if it isn't my 3 heroes, oh, thank you guys again so much for bringing my voice back. And, oh, I am so excited to start planning the wedding of my dreams to my beautiful Palasha.
You're welcome.
Yeah, congratulations. So, my friend Sarali here really wants to go into the Hall of Illusions, but, I've heard that it's a bit controversial, and, I'm not so sure about it. What do you think, Candlefoot?
Well,
I know it's your job to kind of get people to go in, but, worker to worker, insider to insider, do you think it's really worth it, or?
well, I will admit that there has been some complaints about the quality of reflection that is shown in the Mirror of Illusions, but I think you guys should have absolutely nothing to worry about, and it's all just good fun. It's all just magic.
Can I do an insight check on
Absolutely.
Sarali's convinced he wants to go into the Hall of
Yeah,
Illusions.
he's like,
Not gonna
yeah.
lie. She didn't need much convincing.
Is there a contest for, whoever's the bravest in the illusions?
Well,
No?
I tell you what, little Flubs, if you make it all the way through the Hall of Illusions, I got a piece of candy for you right here, and he like pulls out from his pocket like a whole bunch of sweets.
Oh,
Ooh.
and I get to choose?
Oh yes.
Let's go.
I rolled a 10.
You don't believe that Candlefoot would be mean enough to trick you into going into something if he was truly like, this is a bad vibe. You, with a 10,
Okay.
you could just be like, you know what? People complain about a lot of stuff. It's probably fine. It's probably chill.
Alright,
never know until
if
you
you
try.
say so. I guess. And I'm gonna just
Alright, let's
slowly
go.
follow behind. Kinda
I'm
drag
feeling
my
Sarali's
feet.
trying. Yeah, Sarali's trying to hold Flubs back a little bit.
Yeah,
because I'm assuming
Flubs is
Flubs
like-
is like, let's go.
Let's go. This way.
Hold on. We want to make sure Greb keeps up.
Grab.
I'm coming.
Well, now we have the full range of human
Alright.
emotion.
Yeah. As you guys enter for the first time since you set foot in the carnival, as soon as the curtains like close behind you guys, there is no outside noise. There's no laughing, there's no bells or the stamping of feet. It is quiet. You guys hear your footsteps as you walk through. The Hall of
This is kind of
Illusions
relaxing, not having.
is completely mirrored.
Do I just see only my reflection? Do I see other things?
you look at your reflection, and you see a very young Sarali. Sarali, go ahead and describe how you looked as a very young child.
Yeah, so Sarali, when she was little, her horns were obviously not as developed. She had pigtails and had little like pom pom hair ties. She wore like really cute dresses with variety of different, like whether it's flowers or butterflies, usually in pastel colors. Yeah, she was pretty happy as a child. And you could tell that the clothes were not new, they were hand-me-downs. But she still loved them anyways.
You guys look in the mirror, and when you look at the mirror that is directly reflecting Sarali, you see young Sarali as well. Sarali, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Oh, look how cute you are.
Oh, I don't see us though.
Sarali, is that what you looked like as a baby?
Yeah, that was when I was little. 15.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
You look at yourself and like, what are your feelings towards young Sarali?
Definitely a lot of nostalgia. I think she remembers her childhood very happily, but also with the feeling of something is missing because her little sister hadn't been born yet.
Mm-hmm.
And her little sister is just such a huge part of who she is now. She looks back, she's like, I mean, I know I had a happy childhood, but it's not the same without my little sister. Because she had always wanted a sibling growing up, and it took so long for her parents to finally have one. So, a little bit of loneliness, a little bit of mostly just nostalgia, though.
As you
happiness.
Look at yourself, and like you smile a little bit, and you hear Flubs and Greb sort of like cooing over you. Pink smoke starts to fog over the mirror, and you see, you guys see a little like vignette. You get the sense of a small but cozy home, and you see Sarali, still a preteen, but she's being handed like a little bundle, and you see like little pink horns popping out from the little bundle. And you just like watch this scene for a little bit of like Sarali seeing her baby sister for the first time, and it's very sweet. There's no noise or anything, but Sarali, you're like kind of taken aback because obviously this is not like a recorded moment. In fact, this is like you remember this moment. This is a big deal for you, but like it is with such clarity to see it in front of you, it like takes you back a little bit.
A baby.
Yeah, that's Charlotte. That's weird. I don't have any recordings of this moment.
Is this a memory?
Yeah.
Maybe the reflections can see into our minds. Maybe that's why they can show us things that we don't necessarily want to see. She's so cute. Look at her little horns.
Yeah. I miss her.
Where
Hope
is
she's
she?
doing okay. Oh, she's with my mom and dad.
Oh,
She's safe with my mom and dad. I hope she's doing okay. Oh.
maybe you could send her a letter.
I should do that. Yeah, I should do that. That sounds like a good idea. Anyways, does someone else want to go next?
Oh, I thought this was your mirror. Oh,
Well,
Flubs.
you look at a mirror next, Flubs.
You poke your
Huh.
head over to the next mirror.
Shift over.
Flubs, how did you look just a couple years ago?
I mean, largely the same, to be honest. He's not that old to begin with. It's the same kind of
He's
red
egg-shaped.
scales. He is a bit smaller, if you can believe it. Kind of lawn, or not lawn, short, stubby feet and arms, just kind of swinging. The red is kind of a lighter shade, and some of the horns on the head haven't quite grown in yet.
Does he have
the
an
ears are a
egg
bit-
tooth?
He does, yes. Largely the same. Doesn't look like he's changed much in appearance over the years, but definitely a bit smaller.
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Is this against a fear, perchance? Because if it
You
is,
know
I get
what?
advantage.
I will let you take that advantage.
Woohoo!
Ooh.
Good, because I have a -1.
Okay.
Flubs is brave.
I am brave. Ooh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. The moonlight treatment didn't
Okay,
work.
we're fine.
Okay.
First one was bad, but the second one is 16 total.
Great.
Okay, it's not bad.
It was
You
better than mine.
Flubs, you pop your head over, and you guys see an absolutely adorable little baby kobold. Flubs. He doesn't look that much different, but his eyes are certainly like a little bigger, and he is a little bit like rounder and shorter, and his horns aren't quite as long, and he's just like overall slightly goofier looking, but he is precious. And you see red smoke clouds out the mirror. And Flubs, as you look on, you recall the first day that Kettlesteam allowed you to accompany her on a mission. And that was a great day for you because you ended up stealing not only a loaf of bread, but a full ham. And you remember how sweet that dinner was, and how proud Kettlesteam was of you that day. And you guys, again, you see a tent that you kind of recognize, and you see that the kitchen is full of like happy steam, and you see Flubs sort of like with like a little bib on at the dinner table, and he's like digging into like a full plate of ham, and you hear Kettlesteam like praising him and like giving him kisses, and you can see just like how loved Flubs was.
Looking at Kettlesteam, Flubs, when I was in my tent, I overheard Mr. Witch and Mr. Light talking about Kettlesteam.
oh,
They called her that pesky Kenku. So,
that's mean.
Yeah, I think they know about her trying to find the portal and they're not happy about it. So I thought I should let you know. I also think if we were to bring the portal up to them, they might think we're also pesky as well, so I think we might need to be clever about bringing it up to them.
Well, to my recollection,
Mhm.
has Kettlesteam just looked around, or is she only looking around because they refuse to see her?
You would know, like, no roll needed, that Kettlesteam truly did try and, like, have a meeting with Mr. Witch and Mr. Light, and they just straight up refused her for, like, a while, for, like, at least 2 weeks, and then she was like, fine, if they won't have a meeting with me, I'm going to make it so that they can't ignore me.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, of course they know. I mean, she wanted to speak to them, but they wouldn't see her. I don't know why.
Well, I'm wondering if they think she's pesky for wanting a meeting with them, if they'll feel the same way about us.
Greb,
Yes?
is it difficult to get a meeting with Mr. Witch and Mr. Light? Are they just not very friendly to their employees?
They're not very friendly in general. They were a bit,
Oh, okay. I just was curious if
overwhelming.
it was.
Yeah, they're very intimidating when I met with them about the job, and I haven't seen them since, aside from,
Oh.
seeing them on the stage and overhearing them next to me, but yeah, they don't typically interact with the workers very often unless it is to like yell at us for things or to give us orders for changing our
I don't
acts or the way we sell stuff.
know how I feel about your bosses.
They don't sound very nice.
No.
Yeah, I mean they're not very
Or
friendly,
even
but
just
they're pretty
friendly.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good businessmen, but yeah, they're not very approachable, which is why I'm wondering if one of us were to become the monarch, maybe that would give us an easier chance of speaking to them, but
Yeah.
Maybe.
yeah. Maybe I would have a little bit of a better chance since I'm an employee, but I don't know.
Sounds like no matter what, that's gonna be difficult.
But I did
Oh.
overhear them talking about Kettlesteam, so I thought I should let you know.
Thanks.
As your friend, because that's what friends do, right, Sarali?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Watch out for each other.
Okay.
Well, if they're not friendly, that makes me feel better about, maybe finding something of theirs and then using that. So that's good to know.
Yeah.
Well, should we keep going?
Well,
Or do you want to
what
look at
does-
a mirror?
What does Greb see?
Yeah. Greb, what do you see?
Grub, you turn around, and you guys see a very young Greb. Go ahead and describe how
Aww.
very young Greb looked.
She's got really big glasses, and her ears are like even bigger compared to the size of her head. Like she hasn't grown into her ears yet. And she's got freckles, and she's got like, I think her mom probably would have dressed her in like overalls a lot, just because it's easier, and she's a little dirty and just running around, and you can kind of see her hair's a little singed from getting too close to the furnaces and
Cute.
her playing around with the chemicals and stuff. Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
How wise is Greb?
You have to be good at those.
I
Oh,
rolled a
no.
2, which is a +2,
No.
so 4.
Oh
The
no!
first
That's
Oh
water.
failure.
no! Oh! Oh no!
Greb, you are kind of waiting for like a similar thing to happen in your mirror as you saw Flubs and Sarali's mirror change. But instead of the smoke transitioning into a little like memory, you are looking at your reflection, and at first it's not super noticeable. And then you start being like, oh, the reflection is changing. And you see Greb is like aging in the mirror. And you see Greb go from like very, very young to basically how she looks now, and then very old, even older than her mom.
Do Flubs and I see that?
Yeah.
Well,
It's
Greb, I
not-
think you age well.
It's not negative or like mean, but it is jarring because it wasn't what you were expecting, and it happened so slowly that at first you're like, wait, what's happening? And then to like see, and then it's incredibly realistic, like just based off of like how you looked when you were young. I mean, it's like it's pulled from your memory, and it aged you so slowly that you could literally see like every wrinkle appearing on your face, and you basically see yourself as an extremely old goblin, like ancient. You're bent over, you have a huge hunch, you walk with a cane, your glasses are now like impossibly small because you're like trying to like look at stuff, like you have massive crow's feet from years and years of squinting at ingredients. The reflection begins to like mimic your movements in the mirror. And again, it's not like menacing or anything. It's just, it takes you off guard a little bit.
Can I put my hand up to the mirror?
Yeah.
Touch it?
As if it was your reflection, it puts the hand back.
Why didn't it show you a happy memory?
I still think you age well. If that's you when you're older. Looks like you could be you when you're older.
Does she look happy at all or sad? Like, what's her expression? Is it the same as mine?
Good question.
Go ahead and make me an insight check.
Inciting your future self.
Yeah.
How well do you know you?
Whoop! That's a nat 20.
Okay, perfect.
Oh,
So, 24 total.
You know, like, as much as you don't like to maybe like psychoanalyze yourself or anything like that, like at the end of the day, the person who knows you best is you. And this future version of Greb is not unhappy per se, but you see a lifetime of work within Greb. The hunched back, the many lines and scars on your face and hands, the like calluses and like gnarled fingers, and like the way you walk all indicate that you fucking worked like a dog your whole life. And it seems that you have probably made a lot of sacrifices along the way. Like, nothing came before work. It was late nights and on to the next invention. You left very little room for, like, joy or leisure or friendship in this version of you. While you don't get a sense of, like, sadness from this Greb, you also don't get a sense of, like, when you see it, you immediately are like, I don't want this.
Yeah. I think she sees a lot of her mom in that.
Yeah.
Greb's gonna kind of like drop her hand and kind of look down and just keep walking.
Greb, are you okay?
I'm fine.
You
Do
see,
I believe that statement?
you can make an insight check. You see that the old version of Greb, like, follows throughout the hall.
Creepy.
9. I've been watching Critical Role 2 Season 2 today. 9.
Should I make a deception check?
Sure, if you want, yeah.
I'm sure it'll beat my...
Oh! I got a 19 minus 2, so...
Okay, hey.
Yeah.
Bye.
It's fine.
I'm
It's
fine.
She's chill.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Cool. Do I see my younger self following me if I see Greb's older self following her?
Yes, as you guys move through, you guys do see that for Sarali and Flubs, you guys see, like, the younger version following along, and for Greb, you see the old version. Although it's a little bizarre because the young versions can keep up with your current selves, while Greb's older version always seems to be one mirror behind.
Ooh,
And
that's weird.
if I grab Greb's hand, does baby Sarali grab older Greb's hand?
Yeah.
Or the mirrors just so separated by a mirror that can't be done?
No, you see, like,
Just imagining an older Greb, like, holding little
interacting.
Sarali's hand.
Yeah, you interact with Greb and you, like, reach out for her hand, and you see that the hall is, so there's 2 mirrors on both sides. It's the full hallway, and only one side is reflecting for you and Flubs. And as soon as you touch as soon as you touch Greb, your younger self seems to, like, pop over to the other side where Greb's image is, and holds on to the old Greb's hand.
I'm sorry, that's a really cute image in my head.
I think Greb looks a bit surprised because she's not used to people touching her. She's not a very, like, touchy-feely person. And she thinks about pulling away, but it's just like, I'll let it happen. Just keeps walking.
As you
Yep,
are, like, as you continue to hold Sarali's hand, you kind of, like, out the corner of your eye, you see old Greb, like, pull her hand away.
Does baby Sarali then go to baby Flubs and hold hands with baby Flubs?
Absolutely.
Sarali was a very, like, hold hands, like, hugs all the time childhood.
Yeah.
She loved hugging strangers, so unfortunately her parents were always aware of that. We're like, no, not necessary, but she always wanted to bring smiles to people's faces. So whether it was handing flowers or hugs or whatever it was. So
Is real
if
Sarali
that was-
let go of Greb's hand too?
Not unless you want me to let your hand go. I'll let go if you want me to.
Well, Greb wouldn't say anything to her. She'd just keep walking. She would she wouldn't pull away,
If-
but she wouldn't.
I was gonna
really...
say does. I guess this would potentially be another check for me, but does Greb seem more tense since Sarali grabbed her hand? So then Sarali would let go, if that was the case. Because Sarali wouldn't want to put that kind of pressure on Greb.
Up to Greb if she wants to make
Sarali
a
learned some things growing
deception
up.
check or not.
Yeah.
Me?
If you want to.
Deception. Oh. That's 18 minus 2.
Okay.
So
16.
yeah.
So you can deceive Sarali into being like, no, I'm not uncomfortable, if you like. You like hide your true emotions from her.
I think she would try to hide it.
Then Sarali would keep holding her hand if she wasn't aware that that happened.
You see that young Sarali kind of like bounces back to the other side of the mirror, grabs young Flubs' hand, and they take off running down the hall. As they begin
run after.
running, and Flubs takes
Greb's very
pursuit.
aware that old Greb is alone.
Yeah, you're just like, ooh.
Flubs! Wait, Flubs! Flubs, wait!
But they're
Wait
running.
for us!
No, but the.
Wait for us!
Flubs, as you are
Oh.
running, begin to hear
Mhm.
laughing.
Yeah, you make an insight check into the laughter.
Yeah, absolutely. You're like,
Is it fun laughter, or is it like...
Evil cackling laughter.
Okay.
The
that
moonlight
is-
was supposed to help.
It was supposed to help. It's a total of 4.
No! Oh no!
Flubs, you fully think like the reflections are laughing. And you're kind of running and you're hearing the laughter like over your own breath and stuff. And like you don't in the moment, you can't read whether or not it's like creepy laughter or like child laughter. But
But I think the
rings.
reflections are causing it.
Yeah, with a 4.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna keep running after them then.
Okay.
Try to catch
Run
up.
down the hall. Greb and Sarali
Hey,
also
on,
make
Greb.
me
Yeah.
insight check on the laughter.
Nine.
Okay.
9.
I got an 18.
All right. Sarali, you.
Yep.
Also, you think that this is like part of the Hall of Illusions. Like you just think that this is like the next step, and
Sure.
you triggered something. Greb,
Yeah.
immediately bells start going off in your head. This is not supposed to do that. You get a very menacing feeling from this laughter, and like everything in your inner self says danger.
I'm gonna yank on Sarali's hand.
Huh?
Sarali!
Grab what?
Sarali!
What's wrong?
Flubs, come back! Flubs! Flubs, come back! Please! Sarali, this is bad. This isn't supposed to be like this. It's bad. It's not good. Flubs, come back!
Do I hear them over the laughter?
How fast
Good question.
do you think you're running, Flubs?
He wanted to catch up. That sort of like the sense of kids laughing and having fun together, especially like related to young Flubs, is something like he wants to be true, and so
Yeah.
he wants to see it for himself. He's trying to catch up.
Greb, you start calling out, and you guys see that Flubs disappears down one of the corridors, and all of a sudden you realize the Hall of Illusions is not just a hallway. It's like a maze.
Does this feel anything like that presence I keep feeling that's watching me?
Yes.
I'm gonna keep hold of Sarali's hand and yank her forward and run after Flubs.
You guys go into
Which
like
way
a
do Flubs go?
dead sprint. Go ahead, and all
Flu-
three of you make me a perception check.
Don't fuck me, Gil.
I got a 12.
12, okay.
That's a 12 for me.
I got an 18.
Oh no.
I got a 2.
Oh no! The Flubs dies. Come on.
It's becoming canon though that Sarali's
It
always
is.
in the middle.
Yeah.
You need to just switch dice.
Flubs, you
No,
are
he's
like
committing to the bit
I'm
now.
committed.
Flubs, you are like kind of overcome with like the excitement of the moment, and you're just like booking it, and you don't even realize like the turns that you're taking. You're just following the laughter and your reflections.
Mhm.
And the laughter is getting increasingly like loud and like frantic, I guess would the word be. But you're not. Flubs has no sense of self-preservation. He's just like, yeah, party,
Yeah.
and he's just running.
Mhm.
Greb, with an 18, like that light bulb of like danger, something is in here, and that moment of like recognition of like something has been watching me and I have been feeling it, and you know like in your heart that thing is in here, and you are like near hysterical almost immediately. You're like tugging Sarali along, and luckily you have a pretty good sense of direction, and you are desperately trying to catch up to Flubs, but he keeps like skirting a corner just as you round it. Sarali,
Stop!
you hear
Yeah.
something else besides the laughter, and it appears to be voices. And you remember that there was a young halfling couple came in just a little bit before you guys.
Is it in the voices that I'm hearing, is it in the same direction as where Flubs is going, or is it in the opposite direction?
With a 12, it's hard to tell. You guys keep running. Go ahead and make me another perception check, you guys.
Six!
Okay.
13.
Means I'm gonna roll so well
Okay.
tomorrow.
9.
9, okay, a little bit better, folks. Greb, with a 13, you're just hurrying along, and you're so worried about losing Flubs in here, and you're like adding your voice to the laughter and the other voices, and you're kind of like yelling out for him. Sarali, you are desperately trying to discern like where the voices are coming from, and everything is so confusing because of the mirrors, and like the mirrors, as you guys have continued to run through them, have started like showing glimpses of like just other things. So like you'll see like another Sarali like in another mirror, and it'll be like middle-aged Sarali, and then it's like like an infant, and just like different ages kind of popping up all over. Greb, you are very focused on running, but you can tell that like old Greb has been like left, but you are seeing flashes of yourself in the mirror all around, and it's just very disorienting. All right, go ahead and make me one last perception check, you guys.
Okay. 14.
16.
9?
Come on, Flubs!
As you guys are running, and you guys are kind of starting to get like winded, and you're like, how far have we been running? You can't tell if you've been running in circles. The laughter is at like an all-time like giddy hysteria, and it's definitely creepy at this point. And Flubs, just as you are like you've been running for like a minute now, and just as like you start to get slightly winded and you start to like a little bit of like the danger sense starts to pop on just a hair, you almost run smack dab into a mirror, and you stop just in time, and you see a older Flubs point off to one of the hallways, and you look and you see the halfling couple. You see the halfling couple, a young man, a young woman. They seem to be speaking with someone. Sarali and Greb, you guys finally catch up with Flubs, and you like kind of like almost again, like you almost run into him and like almost end up like breaking the mirror. Sarali, your horn kind of smacks on the mirror pretty hard, and as you're like rubbing it and you like look off to the side, you see this same halfling couple, except Sarali, you're a little taller, and you kind of like peer over the halfling couple, and you see a young girl, but she has this like pig's mask on. Her hair is like a dirty, like dark blue, and her skin is this sort of like whitish gray with a blue tint to it. And you can see that she has been the one that's been laughing. Greb, you have kind of known that this has been dangerous the whole time. As you see Sarali and like Flubs like look over, and you train your eyes over there, you see the halfling couple, and you watch as the girl in the pig mask see you, lock eyes with you, even like through the mask, like you know she sees you, and your whole body is cold for a second, and you like kind of freeze, and she the mask somehow like reflects a hideously wide smile with like kind of like rotten teeth, and she like smiles / sneers at you, and she grabs the young halfling woman, and she full like trust falls through one of the mirrors. You hear the halfling.
As soon as I see Flubs, I'm gonna grab the back of Flubs' collar.
Okay.
Just to keep a hold of him.
Cool.
And
Sarali?
I'm gripping super tightly to Sarali.
Wait.
What
We
was
gotta
that?
go after her.
Ah,
No. This is really bad. I don't think we can handle this. I think we need to go tell Candlefoot.
you hear the halfling man just be like, "No!" And he, like lunges at the mirror, and you hear his like full body weight hit the mirror.
We need to get out. We need to get out right now.
But
This is
she's
really bad.
just
We need to
disappeared.
help her.
We can't help her.
Like-
They just went through a mirror.
That doesn't mean there aren't any other mirrors. There has to be another mirror.
Gonna
We
reach.
need to go tell
Can I start looking
security.
around?
Yeah, I'm just gonna reach my hand towards the
I
closest
don't
mirror.
think that that's gonna be enough time. We need to do something now.
What if they take you?
I'll be okay.
That's terrifying.
That is absolutely terrifying.
Ah.
Can I start looking around in the mirrors to see if I can see her?
Yeah, go ahead and make me a
Greb is hanging on to
perception-
both of you as tight as she can.
Okay, perception check for anyone who wants to
feel that
like
help me.
wildly look around the mirrors.
If I
I
touch
cast
the
guidance
closest
on
mirror,
myself.
it's just a solid mirror. My hand touches it.
Yeah, you touch the
11.
closest mirror, and a at first no reflection is like reflecting, and then it is your actual reflection, and it looks back at you and just shakes its head.
What do you mean?
Can I look around for old Greb?
Totally.
Is young Sarali there?
It's a 12.
You look around for young Sarali, and you don't see your reflection in any of the mirrors. 12 for old Greb. You don't see old Greb either. As you guys are sort of like looking around wildly, trying to recognize something familiar in the mirrors, you see two other figures that you have never seen before. One appears to be like almost like, at first you don't think it's like a figure, but it's a shadow, and black blue smoke sort of like fills up, and a young woman's face with a half crescent moon mask like appears, takes over the whole mirror, and like her mouth opens up and like the mirror becomes black. And then Sarali, you kind of turn around and you see this horrible looking like wet, like frog-like being with huge eyes and like horrible teeth, and it sort of like moves in a really irregular way, and it sort of like slithers on the ground, and it hops up like past where you can see in the mirrors.
Okay. This is getting real weird.
The halfling man is fully just crying on the ground.
I go up to the halfling man. What
Dragging us all
happened?
one with you then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Greb's not letting go.
What happened?
There was that horrible girl, and
What were you in was it your significant other?
What did she
Or was
say
it a
to
family
you?
member?
I was gonna propose, and I thought
What
it would
happened?
we were in the hall, and we saw ourselves as young, and we were laughing, and then we saw them, and they were running, and we heard this laughter, and we were looking for the exit, and then all of a sudden this girl came in, and she took her.
Were you and your fiance, were you arguing about anything? Were you anything like that?
No.
No, I didn't. Okay, just wanted to double check. It's safer to ask than not. Okay.
Can I do?
Did the
an
girl
Arcana
say
check?
anything to you?
Insight check on the guy.
Arcana check on like the mirrors.
Oh yeah,
around
absolutely.
us?
Yeah.
Flubs has a dagger out, by the way.
Okay, Flubs is just like, I'll kill y'all.
23.
23 on the Arcana? Greb, you're sort of like inspecting the mirrors and kind of almost like out of your control, you kind of smile to yourself and you're like, I'm pretty damn sure there's a portal up in here. And you kind of like feel like a surge of magic from this hall, and then you kind of think about it and you're like, it would make sense for them to hide the portal in an unpopular area.
Can I feel like a specific mirror that it's stronger with?
You kind of start touching the mirrors, and you're like, you spend a lot of time like touching the specific mirror that like you saw them go through, and you remember that these need a password of some kind. So you're kind of like, I think even if I had the password, I could get through.
I'm gonna look at the halfling man. Did she say anything when she took your wife, soon-to-be wife?
She spoke Sylvan.
Anything.
What was said? I know Sylvan.
And he like kind of like repeats this phrase.
I do too.
That you would recognize as there's a couple of like words that you're like, I don't quite know what that means. But one that sticks out to Greb is loom lurch. And then the main phrase that you get, Sarali, is the toy maker.
Loom lurch, toy maker?
Mm-hmm.
If I say that, does the mirror do anything?
No.
Does this guy have wings?
Excellent question, Flubs.
Oh.
Yeah, did the wife have wings?
You see that he is lacking a pair of wings.
Where are your wings?
Listen, they were uncomfy. I just kind of thought they were like cute for the carnival. I didn't know she was gonna get taken if we take them off.
No, you have to wear the wings. Put them on.
Okay. He like pulls out like his backpack. You can see that Nicholas Midnight gave him a very ugly pair of wings, and like, but like they are there for a reason. And he sort of like takes out like the pair that his wife was meant to wear, and he goes, I should have never let her take these off.
No, you shouldn't have.
Will she come back? What am I gonna tell her
Probably not,
family?
to be honest.
Oh God.
That she was taken by
Hags.
hags.
Eggs?
Yeah. She's been taken to the Feywild.
What? No.
People have been going missing. You need to get out and tell security what happened.
What kind of carnival are you guys running here?
Well, we're not doing it on purpose.
Okay, but there should be.
Also, we
Okay,
don't
that's
know
why
what
That's why we gave you the wings, though. You should have been wearing the wings. It
there
keeps you
should have been
safe.
a much greater warning. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to somebody in charge. I'm just.
We'll keep looking for her, but no promises.
He like blows
Let's
past you
save her.
guys.
Blue Lurch. Toymaker.
You can hear him like crying and sniffling on the way out.
Sarali, I don't think we're gonna find her. I think they're gone. But I think the portal is in here. And we found part of the password, I think.
Well, that's good. Are there any signs of any direction that they could have gotten in? Like, because we saw the woman that made the mirror dark, we saw the frog slithering thingy-majig. Like, is there any other things happening in the mirrors?
Yeah, go ahead and make me... Anyone can make an Arcana or a Perception, or I'll throw you Investigation as well. Just to take a closer look at the mirrors and, like, really rake it over.
Flubs will look for any of himself.
Okay.
I got a 12 on Arcana.
I
Okay.
got an 18 on.
Oh my god! That's a nat 20!
Yeah!
Oh,
Okay, and
I'll go
Finally!
investigation, I guess.
Investigation, okay. And you're looking for yourself?
I'm looking for myself, yes.
Okay. Flubs, you start looking for yourself, and you have, like, your dagger out. And you kind of, like, turn a corner. And you see that the whole hallway in front of you is a dark forest. Like, the entire hallway has changed to show you one giant scene. It's a dark forest, and there's a full moon.
Is this in a mirror, or there's
This is
a
like
physical
a
forest
bunch of
in front
mirrors.
us?
Like multiple
Yeah, bunch of mirrors.
Okay.
It looks like Flubs for a second, like, questions to see if it's, like, really in front of him, and then he's like, no, okay, it's in the mirrors. And you see a hooded figure, quickly walking, crunching branches underneath their feet. And you see in the not so near distance a very interesting hut. The hut stands very tall, and has a thatched
Familiar to me.
roof. It is. It's kind of one of those things where, like, you don't know where you've seen it before, but 100% you recognize it. And, as this figure in the cloak sort of makes their way quickly towards this, like, bizarre hut, you see that the hut sort of moves forward. You see that the hut has, like, giant chicken legs. And they pace to meet with the hooded figure.
Baba Yaga.
And you see the door kind of, like, slam open, and a very hunched, old figure, kind of, like, backlit, with a large staff, just stands in the doorway. And you see the like a little, like, rope ladder is, like, kind of, like, thrown down, and you see the hooded figure, like, climb up a little bit.
I don't recognize the hooded figure at all.
After a second of, like, because you're expecting to see yourself, and then you realize you are here in this vision, but you are cradled in the figure's arms as you see a feathered wing and scaly feet climb up the ladder.
Just gonna kind of softly say to myself,
Give her back.
just turn, go back to the other two.
Like, as you turn, you feel everything just like away behind you. With the 12 and 18 Arcana, you sense that, with the 18 Arcana, you sense that it's very possible that the other two things that you saw in the mirrors are around, and you still feel that watching. So you don't think you're, like, out of the woods yet. You still kind of feel like that danger on the back of your neck.
Yeah.
With the 12 Arcana, you're sort of like going over each mirror. You're trying to find anything that sort of discerns that a specific mirror is different than any of them. And you try a couple different things, and the best you can imagine is that whatever that being is, they had the password, and that will take you to where you need to go.
I'm gonna keep tugging
Do-
on Sarali and Flubs.
Do I get the sense that this creature is hostile towards us? That took the halfling woman?
I don't know if hostile is the right word.
Okay.
You definitely don't get a sense of good from them. I would say that you feel that they are up to no good, but not that they would attack you at any cost. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that she could potentially, the girl in the pig's mask, that she could still hear me if I were to say something.
It's very possible.
With Greb still tugging on my hand, I pull out a little brush that has a little leftover makeup on it, and I kind of dab my cheeks a little bit, and I cast Friends,
Okay.
and I say, look, you really don't want to take her. For wherever you're going, she's really not that interesting. You want to leave her here. She won't play with you the way you want.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion check.
I get advantage.
Go for it.
12. Because
Oh.
I rolled a 6 and a 2.
Nice.
Yep.
You
I need to switch dice.
you hear, like, you're super hopeful for like a second, and then you hear like a really like raspy, like, at first you think it's a cough, and then you're like, no, I think it's laughing. And you see the like large face with the half crescent moon. She looks very sad, and she just like shakes her head and like looks at you and says, "She'll not be playing."
What will she be doing?
You hear the raspy voice. And then it kind of like whispers, almost spits at you, and it's like, working.
Do I recognize the voice at all?
Doesn't seem familiar.
Okay.
Sarali, we should go.
Hug on Sarali's sleeve and be like,
Todd, I have gold. If it wants to make a trade.
I don't think that's going to work.
Flubs, they don't care about gold. We need to go.
I have another question. When I was hearing the halflings talking, at any point did they say their names? Or what I recognize as a name, potentially, of each other.
You got like what, a 12 on that perception?
That was a 12 on persuasion.
Yes, yeah. I'm trying to remember what your role was to hear the voices.
I mean, yeah, it probably wasn't very high, since I wasn't rolling very well.
I'm gonna go
lower
ahead and
average.
say you're not 100% if you heard a name, and you kind of imagine that the no wings is enough to buy them a ticket to wherever they took them.
Well, let's start heading back.
I'm gonna give Candlefoot a thing too.
I don't know if Candlefoot knows.
He
while
should
we're
have
starting to
he
head
should have
back-
seen that they weren't wearing wings when they went in.
To be fair, Candlefoot was entertaining people.
It's his job to make sure people are safe, though.
You know, to be fair, we did watch them go in. So we probably saw that they didn't have wings either.
Did we?
We saw they went into the Hall of Illusions.
yeah, they were in front
We
of us.
probably would have.
Yeah.
I mean, in passing, maybe we didn't acknowledge it, but we probably would have seen, because their backs would have been to us, we would have seen that they weren't wearing wings.
Yeah,
Didn't
no,
occur to us.
Greb is 100% correct that Candlefoot basically fucked up his job. And you guys, like, one, Flubs and Sarali aren't Witchlight hands. But Greb, like, thinking back on it, you're like, oh shit, they weren't wearing wings. And, like, just, like, in the moment, like, it's not... You're not trained, like, a long enough time to instantly just clock that. But now that it's, like, coming to your mind, you're like, dude, that's, like, the number one, don't do this.
He definitely should have been like looking out for that while
Yeah.
on duty.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here. At least we know where the portal is.
Alright, let's go.
As you guys leave, you notice that no reflections come to you. Sorry.
Well, that's disconcerting.
Kathleen, what's that mean?
Someone takes a fat rip. And then that's it. Candlefoot, goddammit. Rating of 5.
On the job?
Yeah, rating of 5. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Cool.
Alright, 1 second.
I blame Candlefoot.
I was trying really hard to limit myself to just this bowl.
Mhm.
I need more.
Straight from the bag.
Yeah, exactly.
What's in the bowl?
These pita chips,
Oh.
and then I have some ranch dip. I was hungry.
I don't blame you. It's
I'm
peak
making kettle corn.
eating time. What time zone are you to?
You're the same as Anna, and then I'm Eastern.
Okay.
That echo is really distracting.
I think Dee, when she goes on break, she puts her headphones right next to her mic.
Yeah.
It picks everything up. Very funny.
Yeah, I'm 1 hour ahead of you guys.
Okay.
I'm in the future.
Whoa.
Looks bright.
Yeah, what's it like?
That was spooky, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't commit to Sarali's dice. They've been betraying me.
No comment.
I couldn't commit to the bid. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I tried.
Those Flubs dice. At least you got a natural 20 with them.
I did.
Makes me feel a little better.
Mhm. That seems to be how it goes. I got a nat 20 at the start of the snail racing, too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nick, you need to like whisper sweet
Maybe they're
nothings to
just-
them.
I guess I do. They can sense my heart isn't in it.
Maybe they're just getting warmed up.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta break them in.
I was like, ooh, maybe they'll all roll good on their wisdom saving throw. We'll just get like cute little happy memories. Never mind.
No. I mean, how ironic is it that Greb didn't want to come in and she was the only one that failed?
I
That's
know,
so
right?
funny.
Yeah.
Give me all the trauma.
Mhm.
Trauma.
I mean, even if we saw little Greb, it probably wouldn't have been that happy, to be honest.
I'm sad and rich.
Sad.
She's a sad Nepo baby.
The saddest little Nepo baby. What time did you guys want to play till, just so I can kind of have like an idea in my head?
Forever.
For sure.
Let's do like forever minus an hour. How about that? I'm good for a while.
I was gonna say I should probably get off in about 45 minutes because I do have puppy and kennel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take him out and all that kind of stuff, and it's snowing in Kansas City. So.
Oh. Okay.
Fun.
Cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, that works. That
Um,
works for me.
All that means is there will be another session of actually at the Witchlight Carnival. Just totally chill with me.
Yes. Yes.
Alright. Let's jump back into it and finish out our 45 minutes. As you guys exit, it doesn't take you super long. It's a little disconcerting because there's no reflections. And the hall is so quiet. You feel every footstep. But you finally get to the outside, and immediately as you open the curtain, that noise like washes over to you guys, and you kind of like blink at all the bright lights and stuff, and you see Candlefoot, and he kind of has like a bit of a worried look on his face, and he's like wringing his hands a little bit, and he kind of like looks at you guys, and he goes, well, it seems as if there was a little bit of a mishap inside the
Candlefoot!
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you notice they weren't wearing wigs?
Oh, Greb, I'm so sorry.
She's gone!
I know, and it's all
They
my
took her.
fault. And my heart is absolutely breaking. Have your fiance pulled away from you. I understand his heartache. I was so excited about the day, and I just plumb forgot, and don't tell Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. They're gonna be so terribly angry.
Well, yeah, they're gonna be angry. I'm angry.
Well,
Another person's gone missing.
I know, and it's all my
This was
fault.
preventable.
It was.
It is your fault.
It was preventable. I'm really sorry. I'll do what I can to make it up to the poor fella, but
What are you gonna do?
Well, I told him I'd tell Mr. Nicholas to give him a lifetime pass to the carnival.
Candlefoot.
Well,
That's
I don't
not.
know.
How does that help?
Well, I'm not an adventurer, okay?
We need to find out where these people are being taken. They're being sent to the Feywild. There's a portal in there. Did you know?
He sort of like looks around and he goes, Greb, why don't I, have you ever seen my tent? And he sort of like pulls you guys like down the platform, and you guys walk around, and you guys see a pink and blue caravan that is very interesting because it's sort of like parked right at the edge of the lake, and it seems to have like a little like tube bubble system that like feeds into the lake, and you guys kind of assume that it's so that Palasha can like swim up into the tube and like chill in like a little bubble in the back of the caravan. And you go in, and Candlefoot's entire caravan is like underwater theme. You guys know the aunt or the mom that has like the beach themed bathroom, right? You guys know exactly what I'm saying here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is that, but like on steroids. The underwater theming is heavy.
Gotcha. Greb is like fuming. There's like anime steam coming out of your ears.
You hear pot like angrily clang behind you. Clang, clang, clang.
Yeah.
You see
Mr. Candlefoot. Mr. Candlefoot, be honest with us about this portal thing. Do you know the password into the portal?
He looks nervous and he's like, I'll be honest, I don't know the password. I do know. And kind of like, he like shuts the door behind you guys, and he kind of like looks over the lake to make sure like none of the swans or anything is like near you guys, and he goes, now listen, I do know that Mr. Witch and Mr. Light do know the password. And between you and me, he kind of like looks around again, so nervous. He is insanely paranoid. He's like, I've had a little bit of insight over the years about Mr. Witch and Mr. Light knowing something about where these people go and why they're captured. And, well, they've had many talks to me about why it's so important to keep the wings on. And, well, I just think they know more than they're letting on.
I'm getting that impression too. Did you at least tell the gentleman halfling, to put his wings back on?
Oh, I definitely did.
I told him that.
I made sure they were on.
Yes, but that way he was insured. Yeah, there we go. Because we didn't follow him out, so at least now we know that he's going to be keeping his wings on. Now,
Well,
is
I
he
doubt
going
he'd
to
take them off after seeing what happened to his fiancée.
Okay, so what else can you tell us, Mr. Candlefoot?
How about some tea? And
Besides
he
the
starts
fact
like making you guys tea.
Mr. Candlefoot, you're distracting yourself from telling us more. I would advise telling us more.
Spit it out, or I'm gonna
what's
tell
going
Mr.
on?
Witch and Mr.
I
Light.
don't think that.
Okay,
No,
now let's not
gonna
jump to any conclusion. He's like, you want a biscuit, honey? And he like pulls out a tin of biscuits for Flubs.
Flubs is really quiet.
He sort of like,
I'm gonna push the tin and tea back towards him.
Okay.
Give me answers.
You know how sometimes you feel like you're being watched? You ever get that sensation?
All the time lately, yes, I know.
Well, I've had that feeling for quite some time. I see things. You know.
Like what?
Well,
Little girls in pig masks?
he goes like white. He's like, yes. And I've seen a shadow with like a half moon mask, and I've seen a terrible bug-eyed jumpy thing.
Frogman.
Frogman. Exactly. I've seen them around, you know. And he sort of like looks at his hall and he goes, you know, it was me who started that rumor about the hall. I tried to deter people from it.
You let us just walk in there?
Well,
knowing? After we gave you your voice back?
It doesn't
Candlefoot!
It doesn't always happen, okay? They lurk around the hall. That's all I'm saying. And I kind of always thought that maybe there was that rumored portal around here. But
And Mr. Witch and Mr. Light know that it's in the hall.
Well, I've looked for it and I still ain't found it.
We should close the Hall of Illusions.
I don't disagree. It has to stop.
So you have not heard anything about like the password or words that you recognize or anything like that?
Well, I have a friend. I got tons of friends in the carnival, and I have tried to get some of the more arcane minds in here. One of them, that Zafixo fella, he told me that there was some kind of password, and ever since I've been trying to crack the code. Let me tell you, there's a lot of words in English, and also my voice was taken for a while, so like that kind of put a damper on things, but
It's not in English.
oh,
It's not in common. It's in
okay, well,
Sylvan.
okay, I speak a little Sylvan. Uh, did you hear anything that they said?
2 words. Bloom Lurch and Toy Maker.
Interesting. Well, I don't recognize those names, but he said, the last things that I could glean from them, I think are places. Boomlurch sounds like a place. And then, hither, thither, and yon. I think that has something to do with it.
Hither, thither, and yon.
That's what I've figured out so far, but it's not much of a password.
Well, that
Do
helps
I
a little bit.
recognize those at all?
Yeah, any of you can make a history check.
It's a 6. Nope, don't recognize it in
Nat
any way, shape,
20.
or form.
Nat 20.
Plus a 6. 26.
7.
7. Okay. With the nat 20, the words do kind of ring in your mind. And you kind of think for a second, and you remember that there was like a book that your mom read you. You know, like Aesop fairy tales. Well, they had like Feywild fairy tales. Slightly different than what they have here in the material realm. But, for some reason, the hither, thither, yon, like, pops out to you.
Is it from a specific fairy tale?
You seem to remember that it was more of like, it was a really obscure one. Like your mom she was rich, right? So like, you remember that like, just when you were just too old to really like be read bedtime stories and stuff, your mom gifted you like a really nice copy of like your favorite fairy tales from when you were a kid. And you seem to remember like a less popular fairy tale having those words in it, and you're kind of like racking your mind about this particular tale, and you sort of remember it read almost like a prophecy or like a fortune telling rather than an actual fairy tale.
Did it rhyme?
The actual story?
Yeah.
Let me see. Did I make it rhyme? I don't know if I'm that good, to be honest. I don't think it rhymes all the way. No, it
Can
doesn't.
I remember anything about this fairy tale?
Yes. You remember with the nat 20, you remember that the hither thither yawn is sometimes referred to outside of Sylvan as the Fates. And that in the Feywild, hither thither and yawn like refer to the Fates.
So these are like people in the Feywild? Like the three fates? In the Feywild?
The story that you remember, basically, just like in a lot of mythology, like the Fates are personified, basically, and that in Sylvan, like their names mean hither, thither, and yon, and that they argue about the fate of the Feywild.
Okay. Alright, well, I guess I won't tell Mr. Rich and Mr. Light. But you better keep an eye out and prevent this from happening again. If you could just take some yellow tape and just tape off the entrance and not let anyone in.
I promise, Greb. I don't
So
want to
we
see anyone else taken. I will work on shutting down the hall tonight, and I'm going to talk to Mr. Nerligron and put in an official report. I won't sweep this under the rug. I just really don't want to get Mr. Witch and Mr. Light involved. They can be very fearsome when they're mad.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna try to talk to them later tonight.
Well, God's bless.
Thanks. Well, guess there's not really much we could do until we talk to Mr. Witch and Mr. Light.
Probably not. Let's just go back to exploring.
Like I
Okay.
said, that Zafixo fella, I did have him take a peek at it.
Where is he?
Oh, you know, he's that bizarre little gnome who made the mystery mine.
Oh. Okay, well maybe we should go talk
Is
to
he
him.
at the mystery mine?
Oh yeah. That's his baby.
Alright. Well, let's go see if we can find him then. Thank you, Mr. Candlefoot. Be more careful.
I will. You sure you don't want some biscuits or tea?
I'm good, thank you.
Goodbye, keep an eye out.
Okay. Good luck. Sarah, like, sheepishly pours himself a cup of tea and he looks sad on his couch.
I can't believe that guy.
After all we did for him.
I mean, you
Goes and gets someone else's fiance in trouble. Ridiculous.
I'm more concerned that it's not just that it's also other people too.
Well, hopefully we can find them once we're in the Feywild. Hags are pretty scary though. I think we're definitely gonna need Tasha's help.
Greb, aren't you scared of?
Well, being scared is perfectly reasonable. There's a lot of scary things out here, and if you didn't have fear, you would just be completely ignorant and walk into very dangerous situations.
While
Did
I
you
agree
not
that
feel?
caution,
Did you
I
not
agree
feel
that.
what happened in there?
I mean, I'm very aware what happened. I mean, I never really felt eyes on me at all until we were in there. But that you can't let fear control your life. You can allow it to make you more cautious, but you can't let it control your life, Greb. You'll miss
Well,
out on a
it's
lot of
kept me
things if you
safe
let
thus
it.
far.
But you'll miss out on stuff too at the same time.
Flubs, you shouldn't go running ahead of us. What if you were taken too?
I'm sorry.
I was really scared for you. I don't want my new friend being taken.
I don't want to go either. I don't know.
Well, let's go talk to this person who runs the mine. Mystery mine.
Okay.
Were you born in the Feywild, Greb?
Yeah, I was.
Why did you come here?
Well, my mom found it was better business-wise to do dealings in the material plane instead of the Feywild because most people in the Feywild don't use gold, they use favors, which isn't very helpful when you're trying to make a living. So we came here instead.
And was anything different for you?
Um, Not really. I mean, I never really ventured away from home very often in the Feywild or in the material plane. There were more herbs and flowers to look at in the Feywild, but my mom never really let me go too far because of how dangerous it could be.
But nothing was different with you. Just things around you.
I don't think so. I mean, I was a little kid when I was in the Feywild, but I mean, I've never really had a lot of people around me besides my mom and our customers. But yeah. Anyways, mine's this way.
Bowling.
Yep, just following along.
You guys walk down. It's kind of like a solemn walk a little bit, but you guys eventually make your way to the mystery mine. As Featherine said, this is the only third-party owned ride that's in the Witchlight Carnival. Greb, you distinctly never see this Zafixo, like, in the Witchlight hand, like, meetings, at lunch times, nothing. Like, he keeps to himself. He is an inventor. And he is, he's bald, and he has, like, a long beard and a really crazy mustache. And he also has, like, a clockwork, like, contraption around his neck. It's like a clock, but it's also kind of shaped like an eye, and you've never seen him without it. and you kind of the mystery mine is massive. It's a roller coaster, and you from the top of it you can see basically the entire Witchlight Carnival. And Flubs, you have seen the mystery mine basically every day that you've been here since your tent is right by it. And you guys see that the carts are sort of like meant to be like mining carts. And the entrance to the actual ride is a massive green dragon's mouth. And it's very like lifelike, and it also like moves and like blinks and almost like breathes. It's very scary even just looking at it. And you can always hear like Flubs, like you've basically fell asleep every night to people like screaming with like bewilderment, fear, and excitement as they rode the mystery mine. And as you guys approach, you guys see the gnome, Zivixo. And he's sort of like, step right up to the mystery mine. You there, one ticket punch, mystery mine.
For his necklace that's like an eye, is it kind of like Doctor Strange's necklace? It's kind of like
I'm gonna have to
an
look.
eyeball with the...
Cause I don't know the Marvel's that good. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Cool. Hello. We'd like to ride the mine, and also, Mr. Gnome, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, see? My go-to old-timey voice.
So I heard recently from Candlefoot that you kind of took a look at the Hall of Illusions, and I was wondering what your thoughts were about it.
Oh, that Candlefoot. He's a stand-up guy, that kid.
Sure. Yeah, totally stand up.
Yeah, he brought me in to look at his little mirror attraction he's got going on. Real cute.
Did you find anything interesting about it? Anything having to do with other planes, let's say?
You see his eyes kind of like, they don't narrow, but they like look you up and down, and you can see he's like calculating, like in his mind, and you can also kind of, he's like, and he sort of like regards you, and he's like, oh, you work for the carnival, huh?
Well, yes, but I'm also on more of an independent, mission currently.
Ah, yeah, us entrepreneurs gotta look out for our own.
Yes.
Well, you see, Candlefoot here, he thought there was like a little rumor about, some kind of portal in the hall.
Yes.
Didn't see anything.
You didn't see anything?
Nope.
I'd like to make an insight check.
Make that insight check, y'all.
See.
16.
Okay.
9.
Sarali, he is, for sure. Flubs and Greb, you guys aren't sure. He's pretty, like, he doesn't have any, like, tells. He doesn't seem, like, pissed off that you guys are asking. He doesn't seem annoyed with you. He's just like, I don't know nothing.
Nothing, huh?
Just seemed like
That's
some,
interesting because,
I think you want to tell us what you know. There are people missing.
Oh, well, that's really unfortunate.
we just saw one
And we're
disappear
trying to-
right in front of
and-
us.
And we're trying to help them.
Oh, you saw someone disappear,
Yes.
Through the mirrors.
Through the mirror. Well, that's very interesting. Oh. I'll tell you what.
Isn't it?
You ride the mystery mine. Tell you what you need to know.
Deal.
Perfect.
The mine will tell us what we need to know.
No, he'll tell us after we've written the mine.
Oh.
That was what I heard. Maybe I heard
that's
wrong.
right. That's right.
Okay. I was like, I'm doubting myself right now. It's fine.
Do we have to?
Well, it's great
Yes.
fun.
Take a chance, Greb.
You know, we've been on an awful lot of rides that have gone wrong today.
Well, you are more than welcome to stay out here if you want, then.
Maybe I should.
Come on, Flubs.
Okay.
Again, to a minecart.
Uh,
Or
I
Flubs,
will.
if you don't want to come with, I can go by myself. It's fine.
No, I'll come with. If it does go wrong, I'd feel better that you went alone.
It's okay. Gotta take risks in your life every now and then. And it's just a roller coaster. Don't get it wrong.
It's just a little roller coaster. You sure? It's my life's work. One inventor to another. They like winks at you.
I'm gonna make an insight check against him again. That's a 4 plus 4, so 8.
You can tell he's really proud of this.
Well, I can understand an inventor being proud of their work. You're sure it's 100% safe?
Sure.
And it's not too scary?
No.
You
It'll
promise?
be fine. We'll be together. Candlefoot said it was safe too, and so.
Well, he said the Hall of Illusions was fine too, and you see what happened with that.
I do, but it'll be fine.
It'll be the ride of your lifetime.
Okay.
Wonderful. He like shoves you in, puts down the lap bar. He's like, hands, feet, claws, and tails inside at all times. Here you go. And he like slams back at the cart, and you guys take off at breakneck speed. You guys whip around on the wooden tracks, and you guys kind of like look on, and you see like the lights whizzing by, and like your breath like is literally like caught on the wind, and just as you're like looking at the carnival, all of a sudden the massive dragon mouth like looms up to you guys. As you guys approach, like, again, the realism on this thing is pretty scary. Like, it's the way like he's enchanted it to move is it looks very realistic. And there's almost like a heat as you guys like enter the mouth. The second you guys enter the mouth, again, you are like disoriented with like bizarre lights and like again, like the world kind of shuts itself out, and it's just like you don't really see anything through the blackness and through the lights, but you guys are still going at like very, very fast.
Like Space Mountain.
Space Mountain status.
I was thinking Gringotts and Harry Potter. Apparently, I'm on Harry Potter mood tonight.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
Either one. Pick your poison. Go ahead and make a charisma saving throw, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm good at those, guys.
I'm not.
You know what? I have works.
Got an 8.
That's a 24.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
I rolled high,
Well,
What?
and I have a +6 to my charisma saving throw.
Jesus.
Warlocks are all about
better than
charisma, man.
Greb.
You guys are, again, you guys going at like a breakneck pace, and you're kind of like confused for a second because you don't really hear anything except the wheels on the track. And then as you sort of like take a corner really sharply, you guys sort of blink and it's daylight out. You guys see a purple tiefling in a patchwork cloak running down a dirt road. And you guys see up ahead a very small, simple home with a blossoming garden out front. Sarali, instantly, you recognize your home. And you recognize yourself. You deftly unlatch the gate and excitedly rush through the door. And you, as the door slams open, you guys see that like it's basically a one bedroom place, a very worn kitchen table, roaring fire, and some small beds like kind of off to the side. And you see Sarali, your eyes immediately go to the middle bed, which is the smallest one, and you see a familiar shape underneath the threadbare blankets. And as you like run to the bedside, you see a very young, small, frail, pink tiefling with pink horns. She's kind of like curled up, sleeping underneath the covers. And you see that like one of the covers had like kind of come off her shoulder. You like gently pull it back over her, and it seems to like stir her a little bit. And you guys see Shalaf for the first time. She looks a lot like Sarali. Of course, her coloring is differently. She seems to have a little bit more, like slightly different features that she's inherited, but definitely sisters. Her eyes have that same like little glimmer in them that Sarali has, as she looks up to her big sister and wordlessly just like throws her arms around Sarali, and you guys just hear like laughter, and you guys hear a little bit of like cooking happening in the background as Sarali kind of like looks over, and you guys see your parents, one red, one blue, and they look lovingly, again, like they don't have much, they're kind of in threadbare clothes, but you see Sarali like just like holding her little sister and like kind of like rocking with her like in her lap, and you see that Shalaf like gets up And she starts like running around, and she starts like pulling Sarali out into the garden and like showing her all the plants that she's done. And like as you guys kind of turn again, the vision fades, but it's very happy.
Are we still going at like a breakneck speed?
Yeah. You're just like rocketing. You're like, whoa! Sarali, you are overcome with like a sense of like calm and peace, and like you're very afraid that you're gonna fail in your mission against like basically the clock trying to find Zybilna, but you know that you have a chance.
Scared but have hope.
Yeah, you can kind of like hold on to that, and it like warms your heart a little bit. As you guys round the next corner, you see a very different scene. A beautiful store. Greb, this is like the shop of your dreams. Beautiful wooden tables, immaculate cabinets full of potions and intricate designs, swirling and alluring. And you guys see a slightly older Greb in fine clothes, and you see her smiling as she like packs up a customer's order. And as that customer leaves and the bell dings, you see a well, Sarali sees Zybilna. Greb sees Tasha. And Flubs, you would recognize the woman being portrayed in the puppet. She has a gray streak in her hair, and she sort of keeps her hands like tucked into her robes a little bit, and you can see that she's just sort of like almost floating around the shop. And you don't hear any dialogue, but you kind of see older Greb like come and like greet the woman, and the woman sort of like puts her nose up at Greb, and she like picks something up delicately, like sneers, puts it back down. And you guys can kind of feel Greb like in this vision doubt herself and sort of get a little like hurried in her motions, and you see that she keeps trying to pull the woman like over to specific things, and the woman is just continuously unimpressed and unwavering in her displeasure. As you guys sort of watch this, and you guys can feel Greb like sink into her seat as like her literal a fear that she would have that's deep locked away of like Tasha ever expressing displeasure with her work. You feel her like kind of sinking into the seat, and you kind of see the scene change ever so slightly. It's the same store, but a much younger Greb. And the woman who you guys some see as Tasha and some see as Zybilna has now transformed into an older goblin woman with white hair and smart spectacles, and she is picking up every single potion and just ripping into Greb. You can see that she like unlike the just silent displeasure that Zybilna is portraying, you can see this older goblin is ripping into Greb and nitpicking every single decision that Greb ever made. She sort of like dismisses a lot of the potions as silly and says that all of these are too like intricate or fancy or overly precious. And you can see like you can almost see Greb like melt into like her younger self. And Flubs and Sarali, go ahead and make me an insight check really quick.
$18.
Okay.
12.
Even with the 12, you guys can see the family resemblance in this older goblin, and you're like pretty damn sure this is her mom. The scene kind of goes on for an uncomfortably long time, and even though no sound comes from it, you can almost hear like every negative thing sort of land on Greb as Greb like grows smaller and smaller. And Greb, you're gonna take a point of exhaustion.
Cool.
You're like, cool, I love that so much.
Amazing.
Bring on the emotional trauma.
Yes.
Fine.
I forget. How do I take a point of exhaustion?
Be by your health bar,
Yeah,
I think.
And it's in conditions.
There you go.
Conditions.
If you
that's
click
what
on-
it is.
Yeah, if you-
Oh, okay.
It's at the very bottom.
Sweet.
Greb, you feel just this sense of like tiredness overcome you, and just years and years and years of trying to please your mother, of never being good enough for her, of always not living up to her expectations no matter what you did. You will never be the daughter that she wants you to be, and there's nothing you can do to get out from under her shadow. And at the end of the day, while displeasing someone who you look up to greatly as an inventor, everything that you do stems from the fact that your mom never told you how much she believed in you and never supported you in the way that you wanted to be supported.
I think Greb doesn't even like cry. She just kind of like gets that 1,000-yard stare again and just kind of turns into a little zombie.
Yeah, you guys can kind of like just audible, like Greb like checks out.
Yeah.
You guys whip around another corner, and for a second, you think, oh, the ride's almost over. And then you're hit with, again, that sensation of, like, heat. And it's really hot. So hot. You guys sweat a little bit. And for the first time during the ride, you hear a sound. And it's like a cry. Like a very... It is like the cry of a baby. Everyone would recognize it. And it's one of those things that just, like, you guys know instantly, like, this is an infant that is in trouble. Flubs, you see a dark vision in front of you, and it's hard to kind of make out any details for a while. And then, as if sort of like wiping away like soot almost, you see a just rubble and like burnt ashes. The air around you is like choked with like ash and smoke. as it like kind of settles on the ground. And you recognize that the cry is not the cry of like a human child. It's a kobold cry. And you guys see, just poking out of a little bit of the rubble is a little red ear. It kind of goes on for an uncomfortably long time, and the cries, after a while, start to like die down a little bit, as if the baby has exhausted all of its energy and is like it's gonna give up. You guys hear like a crunching, like around the rubble. You guys get a little hopeful, being like, oh, someone's gonna save this child. And as this soot-covered figure, like, sort of overturns, charred furniture and is pushing things over and looking, the baby begins to choke and like kind of stops crying. And Flubs, you kind of get this like sensation of like, this is more memory than prophecy. You have felt this alone before.
He'll stay really quiet. Kind of sink down.
You guys wait with bated breath as you watch the vision go on, and you keep hoping that like the figure will overturn the correct pile or come towards the infant. They never do. And as you guys are like sent directly into the sunlight, Flubs, you're gonna take a level of exhaustion as you feel like the weight of that loneliness hit you in full force, and you kind of like know in your heart of hearts that a very large part of your family has passed.
He will also kind of check out at that point.
As you guys come out of the ride, and you guys are hit again with the light of the lights and the laughter of the carnival, Sarali, you look over, you see that Flubs and Greb are like not paying attention to anything, and they're just like, they are somewhere else. And while your vision was like decidedly happy, the grief that you felt in both of these circumstances for very different reasons was very palpable.
Okay. I help them get off the ride. I'm not gonna take them far from the mystery mine. I'm gonna take them. I'm assuming there's like a bench close by that they can sit on. And I don't forget pot. I grabbed pot too. And I put pot in. I put pot in Greb's lap, and I put Flubs next to Greb, and I put their hands really close to each other, or like almost like are on top of each other if there's no fighting of me doing that, since they're kind of checked out, just so that way they at least know that they're both there, that there's someone right there next to them. And I say, obviously I haven't been what you guys have been through. And I'm very sad that, Flubs, you went through something like that. And Greb, that you feel that way. But Flubs, Greb and I are right here. You're not alone anymore. And you have Kettlesteam too. We're right here. And Greb, Sibylna's not gonna think that way of you. Because I know Sibylna. She's not gonna think. I don't care what your mom thinks. I know that you don't have the best relationship with your mom. Or that's what I'm getting the impression of. I don't actually know that. But I do think that Sibylna will appreciate the work that you do. So, we're all here for each other, and we're all going to be here for each other, okay? And I wait a couple of minutes to see if I get any response at all. I'm assuming I don't.
I'm gonna pull out the letter that I found and just kind of stare at it.
Okay. I don't know what to do in this situation. Okay. You guys stay here. I'll be right back. I would like to find a place that has tea.
Okay.
Because that's what my mom always gave me when I was feeling sad, was tea.
Okay.
So I figure something sugary is probably not going to make any sense.
I'm gonna kind
And
of
I
like,
get tea.
I'm gonna turn around on the bench and just kind of sit back to back with Flubs.
Just kind of pull little hands into himself. Just gonna sit there.
I'm just gonna stare at the letter. Can I try again to, like, insight the letter to see if it's real?
Totally.
I've done it before, but...
Yeah. You, like, take out the letter.
That's a 6.
Okay. It's in your mom's handwriting. Like...
Just doesn't feel real. Especially after looking at that memory.
So I come back. How much do I owe for the tea?
Sarali, you do see that there is a coffee, tea, hot chocolate stand.
Mm-hmm. Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Hot chocolate's better. Never mind. I changed it to hot chocolate.
Okay. You go up. It's a pretty old halfling woman. She has like a name tag, which is like kind of uncommon, but she's old school, and she fully has like an apron over her uniform. and it says Mrs. Mintleaf. Oh, dearie, what can I get you, darling?
I need 3 hot chocolates. That mine ride is a doozy.
Oh, he is absolutely horrible. I'll tell you what, I'll give you my special mint hot chocolate. Here you go.
Thank you so much.
Are these for your very
I
sad
really
friends
appreciate
over there
this.
on the bench?
Yeah.
Okay, there is no charge. I really should have a little chat with that Zafixo, because he is horrible.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, well, here you go.
I don't. I thought it was just going to be a regular roller coaster. It ended up being a lot more than that.
Oh, he always says that,
I
and
don't
it's
like it.
absolutely not.
No.
Well, I
No,
hope
it's
you
not.
had a pleasant ride, dearie.
I did, but I'm now worried about my friends.
Oh,
I
they'll
don't
be
think anything I'm
fine.
going to be able to say.
A long rest and a little
hope so.
mint chocolate will do them right up. You see that the hot chocolates are insane. They're like very large. She basically gives them to you like in a stein, and they have like a thin mint and a full sprig of mint like in the top with like a heaping thing of hot chocolate. You can also tell
Yep, comfort hot chocolate.
that she makes it correctly with milk.
Yes! That is the correct answer. I am a hot chocolate snob, personally.
Oh, me
okay.
too. That's why I'm like, you make this water?
No. That's not how you do it. Okay. Thank you so much, Mrs. Bentley. I'm gonna go give this to my friends. I really appreciate it.
Of course, darling. And you see that she like gives like a really mean stare to like the mystery mine. She goes, I'll make sure to bring it up to Mr. Witch and Mr. Light in our next team meeting.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm surprised and as I'm about to say, like, I'm surprised there aren't more kids like coming out sobbing their eyes out. Does one actually come out sobbing their eyes?
Yeah, you
or are
see,
they in a state of horror?
yeah, you see that like a gaggle of like teenagers come off, and like they're really quiet.
Yeah.
And they walk
I would bring
slowly
it up
off
to
the
this-
platform.
Yeah, I really recommend talking to Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. I don't think that's a very healthy ride. Mentally.
There is a reason that Mr. Witch and Mr. Light no longer do third party. Anyway, here's your mint chocolate. Please make sure your friends have a good time. So sorry about all of this.
That's okay. It's not your fault, but thank
He's
you.
a horrible gnome. Good day. Next.
Bye. And then I bring over these hot chocolates and I put one by Greb or in front of Greb. Not sure. Probably right by Greb. And then the other one right in front of Flubs. And I say, when I discovered that they had hot chocolate instead of tea, hot chocolate made more sense. Hot chocolate is comfort. Yes?
I'm gonna be right back. And I'm gonna go over to the gnome.
Yes. Yes. You walk over to the gnome.
As Sarali tries to get Flubs to drink some hot chocolate.
Flubs will take it.
You'll feel better, Flubs.
He'll
Hot
take
chocolate
out,
always makes
the little
things better.
mint leaf and just kind of throw it to the ground.
I don't like mint.
That's okay. You don't have to have the mint. There might be a little mint flavor, but it's mostly hot chocolate.
Hard to say.
Flubs, it
I
is
start sipping.
the best hot chocolate you've ever had in your whole life. It's delicious.
It always makes me feel warm inside.
Greb, you walk up to the gnome, and you see Zavixo, like, turns around, smiles cheekily at you, and he goes, "Oh, so how'd you like the ride?"
I hated it. Now tell me what you know.
Okay, well, dang. Little constructive criticism never hurt anyone.
What do you know?
Well, what do I know about what? Specifically.
I'm gonna hit him with a ray of sickness.
Okay, that's fair. Yes.
I just take out a water balloon and throw it at him.
Okay, amazing.
Let me see. Uh, 17 plus 6 to hit. I'm guessing that hits.
I think that, yeah, that definitely hits. Yeah.
That's 9 poison damage.
Okay. He takes the 9 poison damage. You can see he sort of like barfs a little bit into like the pit of the roller coaster, and he's like, huh. All right. You didn't like the ride. I get it. Now, you want to know about the Hall of Illusions, the mirror thingies? Yeah. I told Candlefoot, look, they're magical mirrors. They need a password. I don't know what the password is.
Is that all you know?
Well, rumor has it, they're a portal to the Feywild.
Yeah, I already knew that. Do you know anything else?
He looks around. There's kind of like a lull. He goes, listen here. I've been at this carnival a long time. You know, I didn't, came on just after the original owner.
Who is the original owner?
Oh, jeez, what was her name? Isolde.
I can hit you with another water balloon.
No need. Her name was definitely Isolde.
Isolde.
Yeah.
Alright. Do you know what happened to her?
Well, it's actually a real fun story. You see, Isolde ran this carnival. She was born in the Feywild too. Well, Mr. Witch and Mr. Light kind of like leans in. He's like, you know they ain't from the Fey, right?
They aren't?
Nah, they pretend that they're elves. They're Shatterkai.
What's that?
Well, they're from the Shadowfell.
How did they get this circus?
Oh. They made a little deal, you see? Oh, all them Feywild, Shadowfell, elf things. They love them deals. So, one day,
I need to know.
well, you see, the Witchlight Carnival, well, it wasn't called the Witchlight Carnival then, and Mr. Witch and Mr. Light's original carnival, the Ravenloft Carnival, if I remember correctly. Well, they were in the same town at once. And, well, Isolde and Mr. Witch and Mr. Light, they couldn't decide who had the better carnival. Oh, and they had a great time that night. 2 carnivals at once. And they took quite the tour of both the carnivals. Well, rumor has it, they got a little drunk on the brambleberry wine. They made a little deal, you see. They switched carnivals. They said next time that they're in the same place at the same time, they'd switch back. Well, it's been a couple years since then. I don't think Mr. Witch and Mr. Light have any intention of switching it back. You see, I think they like it. They used to be grumpy. Not very nice. Well, they're not incredibly pleasant to be around now, but they're better. And I think they like being in charge of the Fae Carnival. Now, I can't say what Isolde has been up to. But it's been... well, geez. He kind of thinks about it, and he's like... been at least, let me look up how long gnomes live. See how long he's been here.
Long time.
Yeah, okay. He's like, oh, it's been a couple centuries now. Man, time flies. I haven't seen hide or hair of that Ravenloft carnival.
I see. Well, I suppose that is some decent information. You should shut down your ride, though.
Oh,
This
well,
is not a good ride for a fun carnival.
well, you see,
You made my friend cry.
he like winks at you. And he goes, there will always be people trying to get in on the backside of a deal. And he smiles. You kind of like shudder a little. You have a great
I'm
night.
gonna walk away, but I'm gonna hit it with another ray of sadness.
Sorry, what'd you
I'm
say,
sitting
Greb?
crisscross applesauce on the ground.
You walk
I'm
away.
gonna walk away, but as I walk away, I'm gonna hit him with another ray
Ray
of
sickness?
sadness.
Okay, go ahead and roll to attack.
Yeah. Okay, that is 17.
Definitely hits. Roll for damage.
Ooh, almost max damage. That's 15 points of poison damage.
Oh shit.
You see he kind of like doubles over and he barfs a little. He like kind of calls out to you and he goes, "The ride only shows what you fear. Nothing more, nothing less."
That's a stupid ride.
I'm gonna walk back over to my friends.
This is really good.
Yeah. I'm here, Flubs.
I know.
Whenever you need me.
I just... I don't know. I guess I should have thought that they were dead, but... it's just a part of me thought that, you know, maybe I just got separated or something, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would have wished for that too. I would have thought the exact same thing in your shoes, Flubs.
When I was in the Hall of Illusions, I saw, I think it was a memory. Kettlesteam herded me as a baby, and she brought me to this weird house with a lady.
In Prismari?
I think so.
We should go find it. We can go find it while we're there.
Maybe she'll
What do
know.
you think? Yeah. Can ask. I think we should do that while we're there. And I really think Sibilla is gonna think that Greb is amazing. I mean, I think I understand that she's doubting herself, but I couldn't do anything that Greb does.
I couldn't either.
And I don't think Sibilla is that way. She's always been really nice to me, even when I forget things.
You think that wasn't real?
Based on, it looked like Greb was older than she is now. I think it's more of a fear.
Well, Greb was older
A
when
lack-
Sibylna was talking to her, but she was younger when her mom was talking to her, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, Flubs, I think it was. I know the one with Sibylna. I know that one has not happened. And I don't think it will happen. I think that's more of doubt than anything. Now, I don't know about the one where Greb was younger, and that's going to make me really sad if her mom really acted like that to her. I'm pretty spoiled, aren't I?
I saw your sister.
Isn't she cute? Sibylna healed her. I don't know how. Sibylna promised to teach me. And that's why I need to find her. Because if... I don't know if Sibylna disappears, if the magic keeping Shalith alive will disappear as well. I don't know how that works.
Was she okay last time you saw her?
Yeah. She was doing okay. But I have the tendency to be a little forgetful sometimes. It's not intentional. I get distracted. But,
Me too.
I like your distractions, though.
Thanks.
You find fun things.
I try. I mean, sometimes you just gotta make your own fun,
Mm-hmm. That's why I was telling Greb sometimes, even when you're scared, you gotta take a little risk. I was scared when I first saw Sibilna. She was a little intimidating. And then she promised to heal my sister. And so I had to trust that everything would turn out okay. And it did. Maybe I can teach Greb that in some way. She's scared of a lot of things. But that's okay. We'll find out what
I
happened
found out-
here. Oh, hi, Greb.
Hi.
You should drink your hot chocolate before it cools.
I'm okay. I found out some information from the stupid gnome.
Yeah? What'd he say?
Well, he doesn't know much about the portal or the password, but he told me that Mr. Witch and Mr. Light weren't the original owners, which I kind of already knew that, but he mentioned that Mr. Witch and Mr. Light are from the Shadowfell, and the original owner of this carnival was Isolde. And they had their own carnival called Ravenloft, and they decided to switch carnivals with Isolde, and they don't want to switch back because they're happier with the circus.
Well, no wonder
And
everyone is scared of them.
Yes. They pretend like they're Fae, but they're not. They're from the Shadowfell. And it's been a few centuries.
So I don't think talking with them is gonna do much.
Well, I think talking with them, we could use that as leverage, maybe.
Yeah,
I still
what you said earlier, the brown male, black male.
Yes, blackmail.
I
I'm
still,
liking Mr. Witch and Mr. Light less and less the more I learn about
I
them.
still think leverage as well would be good. So getting something of theirs, like the watch, is probably going to be the easiest because Flubs is super sneaky.
Yes, leverage and blackmail.
Exactly. They obviously know the password, so we could probably also get the password from them if we can't figure out the full password.
Yes.
So.
I agree.
I'm sorry we made you go on the ride.
I didn't think it was
would
gonna be like that. I thought it was just gonna be a roller coaster.
I thought we might crash or something. I didn't think we'd see more stuff.
Yeah, a lot of these rides are a lot more than what they seem.
This place sucks.
Well, not all of it sucks, but yeah,
True.
these rides we've been on have kind of sucked, but
I stand by what I said about Sibilna, though. Just so you know, Greb. Sibilna is really nice. I don't think she would do that to you. Because I think you're really cool, and I think you're a genius.
well, I still have some time to prove myself before we meet her, but
I mean, I always approve of trying to improve yourself because learning things is an important part of life. But I think you're also great just the way you are, and I think Sibilna would see that anyways.
I guess
saw
you would
something
know
in
her
me.
better than
And I don't have any talent like that. You're way
You
smarter than
do.
me.
You've got talent.
Thanks. I don't know what, but thanks.
Well, you're pretty good at talking to people.
Oh, that's just because I like talking.
But that's a talent. I'm not very good at talking to people.
I guess. Anyways, I still think you should drink your hot chocolate. This is the most amazing hot chocolate I've ever had, ever.
It is pretty good.
At least a
Just
little
gonna take
sip.
it.
We got it for free from Miss Mintleaf. Because she's also upset at... And I glare towards the mystery mine. At the gnome.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I made him sick twice.
Oh, I thought about mocking him. That sounds way better than me mocking him. Because he's not very... Never mind.
Nice. A good person.
Well, yeah, I was thinking more unflattering things, and then I realized I really shouldn't say it out loud.
That's okay. I mean, I'll be honest, you know, Kettlesteam doesn't want to curse in front of me, but like every now and then she lets like a little bit slip, so I've heard some things before. It's
Oh,
okay.
okay. No, usually I go by the philosophy, if you have nothing nice to say, you shouldn't say it.
But then how would they know they did something wrong?
Well, we could tell someone that they did something wrong, but I can also say it in a nice way. Usually it's more receptive than if you're yelling at them. Or cursing at them.
I mean, we can try that next time, I guess.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Flubs, when I'm doing that, usually I'm cursing them in my head, but it doesn't leave my lips.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. There's a difference.
Flubs, was that a memory that we saw with the baby?
Kinda not.
Was that you?
I think so.
Kettlesteam found you?
I guess. I don't know.
When Greb, when we go to Prismari, Flubs saw a moving house. And we think that there might be more information about Flubs' family in the Feywild.
I think I might have been born there. I don't know.
I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, Prismere, sorry.
It's fine.
I
Sarali
I
in character.
Strixhaven with Prismari.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, that's
in
true.
character,
That is
Sarali
true.
wouldn't I just let it ride for.
Nope. Yeah,
That's funny.
yeah, that's true. Sarali would totally have said it incorrectly.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
wouldn't have remembered the exact word. So
Sorry, didn't want to interrupt.
that's okay.
Yeah, we'll find some answers for you, Flubs. Sarali, your sister's really cute.
Yeah, she is. I miss her.
How much time till the Big Top show?
It's getting pretty close to time. Like, you guys basically have enough time to do, like, 1 or 2 more things, and then you would pretty much have to start doing whatever you need to do. So I would say you guys probably have enough time for, like, 1 more ride, and setting up for whatever you guys want to do, or shopping, and then one more and then a ride, and then you would have no time to plan like what you're trying to do. Or you could take the full time to like set up some things. But yeah, you guys are basically down to like an hour.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I mean, that kind of took a lot out of me. So, like, you know, I can probably still find something, but I won't be at my best.
I'm gonna hand Flubs another lozenge with the nerve calmer on it.
But for me,
Yeah,
thank you.
you look like you need it.
He's gonna tear up.
Ooh. I think we should end there.
Yay!
Yay! Where did the happy
Emotional
fun
trauma.
times
I know.
No more happy fun time.
go? You
Only
had
trauma.
the audacity to remind me to do cheek exercises, and then you hit
I
me
know.
with
Yeah.